Hey guys, so I'm going to do a quick little recap from last week. So last week, or not last week, the last episode was called The Jury Gets Pimped, so PMPED. And we heard testimony last time from many of the PMPED employees and associates, but also we heard from Dwight Shalkovsky, who was the cell phone, the FBI agent who spent over a year trying to crack into the GM data from Alex Murdaugh's car. And what he testified to was that this was the first time he'd ever seen data being encrypted, ever. He'd ever encountered that. And spent over a year trying to crack it. So lo and behold, the fellow, after a year, finally gets into it, but he only has very limited information that he can get. It's mostly the car stopping and starting, a little bit of, there's no location data, no timestamps, but there's the Bluetooth information from phone calls. So that's kind of the key part from his testimony. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because, first of all, that's relevant. But second of all, one of the things that we learned from his testimony was that when Alex dialed 911, it appeared that he potentially could have still been in his car. So if he was on his way home from Alameda and he was in his car and he dialed 911 from his car, then that's huge. So that was one of the big things from last time. So to that end, the 911 calls, that's why we're going to start with this, because one of the things that Emily had brought up, which was a good point, is that in the 911 calls, initially there's no dogs barking. And then once the second it gets transferred or whatever on that to the other dispatcher, then you hear dogs barking. So that would kind of support the fact that maybe he wasn't quite home yet when he first dialed 911, and then he arrives to the kennels, and then we hear the dogs barking. So what I'm going to do is play the, and we haven't watched this yet together here, so I'm going to play that. I have added some subtitles. I didn't do everything. I just did the things that are either maybe kind of hard to hear or just things that I think are especially important. And I'm going to try not to interrupt or interject. However, if you would prefer that we do some issue spotting, let me know in the chat and we can maybe do a little bit of that later. We'll kind of go through it and break the call down. But my plan was to just sort of play the call as is and then go straight into the video for tonight for part 5. So without further ado, let's start with this 911 call. And thanks everybody for being here.
Hampton 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child are shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147
Okay.
Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to Carlton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels. I can tell that.
And did
I
you
can
see
tell that he
anyone?
shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot really bad.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere.
Okay, I'm just pausing it real quick. I'm seeing that y'all are wanting me to do some commentary on this 911 call. So, okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go back and I'm going to start it from the beginning. So again, what we're listening for is when are the dogs barking? I know it's sort of, the audio is not great, but, and also do let me know how the volume is too, if the video is too loud or if I'm too loud. I should be automatically adjusting my mic, but just in case. But yeah, there's so many issues. So let's go through and we'll break down some of that. So let me start it back over here.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and the ambulance immediately.
All right, first issue, in my opinion. So I need the police and an ambulance immediately. Okay, so I mean, I guess I could say, well, if I give them the benefit of the doubt, right, an ambulance, that makes sense. But you know, one of the issues that we'll see come up here is that, you know, he's sort of like, yeah, you can tell, you know, saying like, obviously they're dead. You can see the brains, blah, blah, blah. But yet at the same time, he's like, did you check them? Send help, blah, blah, blah. As we'll go through and see. So in other words, sending an ambulance immediately is like, you think they might still be alive, right? And so that's iffy because it's like, well, you know, he can't really decide if he should be like, yeah, they're clearly dead or they're, I don't know, right? And then of course we have the whole issue of him, quote unquote, checking them. So, but we'll get to that. So that's the first issue here. I need the police and an ambulance immediately.
My wife and child shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle.
All right, next issue. Shot badly. Okay. So I think at this point, he's still trying to decide, is he going to go with he knows they're dead or not? Also, look, there's Bubba in the shot on the screen there. Cute. And also, while I have it paused, as you can see where Bubba is there in the kennels, there's the door frame. And that is where Paul was found. Like, I think from what I recall, he was like halfway in and out of that door frame. Yes, I agree. Odd choice of words, 100%. There's plenty of that in this video. So let's see what he has to say next.
Road in Allison.
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147
Okay.
Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me,
Please
okay?
hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with
All
me.
right. That's the first of the please hurries. I mean, I don't really know what we're supposed to make of that when, with everything else that he says, it's like, please hurry. I mean, that doesn't make any sense unless you stick to the story that you don't know if they're dead or not. But everyone that testifies says it's clear. You don't have to have any type of experience or medical trait. Like anyone that was on that scene, it's like there's no doubt that they're dead. But anyway, please hurry. Okay, so we want police and an ambulance. Please hurry, as if there's some sort of hope for them.
You okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay?
Yes, I agree, Wildfire.
Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to Carlton.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
All right. Also, the dispatcher reminded me of another thing that already happened that I didn't even point out, that he says that his wife and child were shot. Isn't that odd? Because Paul was, I believe he was 22 by this point. I know he wasn't 21 yet when the boat case happened, but that was 2019. So anyway, he's not a child by any stretch, right? Son would make sense, but child, right? It doesn't really make sense. And then here, so I've been up to it now, it's bad. So here, I think at this point, you know, where we're at in the trial, we don't know yet. Maybe he was still in the car when he made that first 911 call. So he's at this point perhaps arrived on the scene and has decided he's going to go with that he's been up to the scene, right? So now he's kind of coming up with this whole thing. I've been up to it now. It's bad. So I guess he's trying to sort of explain why he was like, please hurry, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't tell it was bad, etc. Right? So I've been up to it now. It's bad. Although, having said that, he did already say that his wife and child had been shot badly. So contradicts himself a bit there.
Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
All right, next thing. So I think that's kind of a weird question because I don't know how anyone would know that. Like, that's honestly a legal conclusion or for a medical examiner to make. Like, if a 911 dispatcher asks you, did they shoot themselves? Like, it's just an odd question because unless you're like, yeah, I witnessed it, right? That's the only way you would be able to know that. And really, you shouldn't say anything because, again, it's really drawing legal conclusion because that's homicide versus, suicide. So, so this weird question, but his response is also weird. Oh, hell no. Like again, how would he know, right? Because ostensibly, unless you were involved, you can't rule that out, right? So, yeah.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your
You hear the
son?
dogs in the background.
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels. I can tell that.
And did
I
you
can
see
tell that
anyone?
he shot in the head. And
All right. This part is really interesting. I listened to this a lot of times when I was putting these subtitles up here. So she's trying to help him, right? And he's going, you can hear the dogs barking. It's like he's trying to come up with what he's going to say next. And here he really, really wants to get this out. Like he interrupts her. Like it's actually really kind of awkward. Like he really wants to get this statement out. So I'm going to rewind that just a sec so we can hear that again.
I can tell that.
And did
I
you
can
see
tell that he
anyone?
shot in the head.
He just talks right
he
over.
shot really bad.
Okay, so it's like he still hasn't made the commitment to say that he can tell he's deceased, but he's shot in the head and he's shot really bad. So this is the third time he's used the word that it's bad, because the first time was my wife and child have been shot badly. Second time was I've been up to the scene now and it's bad. And now this is the third time he's been shot in the head badly. I think it's something that he says.
Shot really bad.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere.
There's blood everywhere.
I can see his brain.
I can see his brains. So that should be a fire.
I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
Fire.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
Oh, hold on. Let me. Yeah, this is interesting, and I'm trying to remember. I know this gets discussed in the trial, and I don't quite remember what the theories were on who he's talking to. But I think that what ended up kind of seeming the only plausible explanation was that he was talking to Bubba, and I think he gives some sort of bullshit excuse for that when he takes the stand, but there's no other person on the scene yet. So let me rewind that real quick. Where he says here, hold on.
Here.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
Yeah, so I don't know if y'all remember anything else about that where he says, no, there, he kind of stutters, then he goes, here. And so I think there was, again, some speculation that he was saying here, like, come here, Bubba. However, I think he had already put Bubba up in the kennels before he left for Almeda. So it's interesting. let's listen to it one more time because it's in response to her question of if he sees any guns. So it's a really interesting point on this call here.
Guns near them at all?
Wind it.
No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
It's really puzzling, isn't it? Is there any guns near them at all? No, stuttering, they're here. Yeah, I'm seeing what you said here, Tennis Girl. Yeah, so I think exactly, and that was, I'm going to pull this comment up. So that's why it's odd because he would have had to put them up before he left, and I think we end up figuring that out over the course of all the trial. So yeah, but the only thing that makes sense is that he's talking to the dog. So, and I agree. Also, he doesn't sound upset like the rest of the call. So I don't know. Well, let's keep that in our back pockets as we go along, because it again, there's so much to this trial. It might be that gets addressed further, that specific comment, because it is really odd. So, and also, of course, as we learn more, we get context clues, and then we might be able to sort of figure it out. So let's just keep that in the back of our heads.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside?
It's white, but you can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your...
Well, I'm just pausing it real quick because if y'all look at the where I have it paused, well, first of all, look at how dense the woods is there. But you can see there's the freaking the sunflower, the dove fields that we hear so much about, with the trees cantilevering over there. You can see that it's quite a large stretch of land, isn't it? But yeah, that red roof, I'm sure y'all already know, but that red roof, that's the kennels. And yeah, let's keep going.
name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, I've been gone. I just got back, he says.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am.
His fake crying is really interesting, isn't it? It's like a weird ghost kind of.
Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
There's the next. Please hurry. Let's just. So, okay, at this point, what's really interesting about this, at this point, he has already established that he's seen Paul's brains, that Paul's shot in the head. I believe it's kind of hard to hear, but I think he does say he sees Maggie shot in the head. He's admitted that they're deceased at this point. But then we have another, please hurry. Let's hear that again.
Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Okay, this is coming up on one of my favorite parts here. So now he's trying to do, I think part of this is there's like space, and he's trying to fill the space, right? You know, like feels like he should be talking. He doesn't know what to say. These are all very indicative of a, what they call like the guilty conscious, right? Like a person who just came upon this wouldn't have this issue, but it's because he's trying to think about it. So this man should have known. I'm going to run that for just a second here, because this is when he starts talking about the boat case.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
So there, it's almost like he's baiting them. Should have known. Like he wants him to be like, "Oh, sir, what should you have known?" Right? Like he wants them to ask in a way, which is really interesting. I don't know. It's almost like he's not quite sure if he's going to go into the whole boat case thing, but of course he does.
Okay, what is her name?
You can just ignore it. I love that.
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Okay, so Abby, I just wanted to say congratulations. I'm going to pull up your comment here. That is awesome. Love that when things work out in unexpected ways. Congratulations. And also where I have it paused on the screen here, I know these are great photos. So this is, and we hear testimony about this. This is the dog house. I think they call it the dog house, right? Yeah, dog house. And this is outside of the kennels. And there's a dog bed inside of there. And the reason they're showing pictures of this is because there were stray bullets from when Maggie was shot, where I guess where she was shot at and missed. And I think there's one or two of them that get lodged in that doghouse. No dogs were in there when it happened. No dogs were harmed. But that's why they're showing this particular doghouse.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Look at all those guns. It's insane.
What?
That's insane. That's how you know the
Okay,
guns.
you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Okay.
All right. So now he is really going to get challenged on his story. So I know I was kind of talking over it because I was so shocked by those guns, but she's asking when the last time he talked to Maggie was. And I'll rewind it because I was talking over it, but the way he answers the question, approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Approximately, yes, ma'am,
Oh
approximately.
wait, I didn't go back.
Okay, okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Okay, did she say what they were?
So 2 hours ago, that would have been 8:07. Well, I guess at this point it's probably like 8:10 or something because it's probably 10:10ish now. So he's probably doing the math, right? Because he's got his little fake nap that he does or whatever, and like the whole thing. So he's trying to probably line that whole thing up. So the approximately. Oh, Abby, that is awesome. I'm pulling your comment up. Congratulations. That's great. And we love all of the dogs here, of course. So hopefully you can save some lives. Awesome. Well done.
Doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
Okay. Talk to her in person.
And please hurry.
It's the third of the please hurries. It's insanity. It's the fact like, what? Please hurry because, they're already dead, but please hurry. And then here I labeled this because this is the famous tarp/raincoat from, I think, 2 episodes ago. That's such a shit show.
Excuse me, asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
And the other thing, too, is that we hear this. This is a common theme when we hear these 911 calls from people who end up being guilty, where they all do the same thing, where they're like, please hurry. And then eventually they're like, I need to get off the phone. Like as if it's holding it up, right? Like they do this whole thing of like, I need to go do this or that so you can hurry. And I need, blah, blah. And it's just like, I don't know. You only ever see this with people who ended up being involved, I feel like. So some more guns.
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
That's
what is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case.
All right. So I labeled the time here. I actually went back to Agent Rudofsky's exquisite timeline, masterpiece of a timeline. And so I added the timestamps that we got. Well, I'm not going to say how we know them because I don't want to spoil it in case people don't know because we haven't gotten there yet. But the timestamps of when he goes from the kennels to the house to go get the gun and so forth. So where we have actual exact times for that. So I added those to the call. So I think that helps with like a reference point. And, the regular 911 calls don't include that. So, so this is a good part. So I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I have lots of thoughts here. So I think, well, okay, let me play the next part and then I will continue with my thoughts on this.
I'm about 100 yards from my house.
And does anything look out of place?
Also, so that's inside the kennels. Context clues probably figure that out, but it's kind of messy, right? I didn't really expect that. I don't know why. Kids, I'm so happy you made it for live. Awesome. Glad you're here.
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Where's his car?
Well, I know you're upset.
Oh, and there also, if you look to the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner of the screen, that's the doghouse that I was talking about a few minutes ago, where we saw that from the other angle, we saw the inside. And you can see where they've got that little orangey thing on there. That's where they had pulled that bullet out of the, I say bullet, that may not be the projectile, whatever, ammo, gun term, insert gun term here. Everything that I know about guns, I learned from this trial. And that's the extent of my knowledge. So anyway, that's where you can see that from that angle there. And so right now he's currently going to go get his gun from the house. Hi, Moon at Noon. Thank you so much for always stopping by. I really appreciate it. That's awesome.
Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that.
All right, yeah.
Being threatened by.
Okay, all right. This is such a good part of the call. All right, so I'm sorry if that clap was loud. I just get excited. So she directly tells him, "Don't go get a gun. We don't want you having a gun when law enforcement." Right? And he's like, just completely ignores it. Right? He just ignores her, and then he, I think they would call it what, like chaff and redirect. Like he switches topics. So he doesn't have to acknowledge the fact that he's ignoring the instructions and switches to, guess what? His whole story. And this is just classic. Let me rewind that real quick because it's so good.
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat sex. He's been being threatened for months and months and months.
This is insane.
He's been hit several times and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people.
Oh my God. Okay. So first of all, Moon at Noon, I thank you so much for stopping by. Second of all, that's Maggie's phone. We did hear testimony about how when it was found, there were a couple of droplets of water on it. We heard this is exactly how it was described. Third of all, there's too many people to name. Right? If you can't name one, you just say there's just too many. That's a good way to go.
Over the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, those are bullets. Bullet, I guess is the right word. I don't know. So he says, I have another son now. So he's saying that Buster knows who is threatening him. Well, sorry, but Buster testifies and nobody can name anybody. There's no individuals that can be named. So first of all, Alex is like, there's too many people. There's too many people. But then he changes it to Buster knows. Okay. And I agree 100% Wildfire.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. So I have that timestamp there. I'm going back down there. So now he is going back to the kennels from the house. So, okay. So here's where I'm going to add my thoughts on this with the gun, because he's told obviously not to go get a gun. I think the first primary reason that makes sense is that he needs to have an excuse for having GSR, right? Should there be GSR found, he needs to have a reason for that to explain it, right? So he's got a gun in his hands when they show up. Second of all, I guess he's trying to now support his own theory about the boat case, because now he's like coming up with that theory. He's like, oh wait, well, hold on. That means that now, I need to act like I'm afraid or something, right? So there's that. But I have another thought, which is, there's not, we don't know, right? But there's still so much we don't know, right? All the things that were never found, the weapons, the clothes, there's a lot of unknowns here. I wonder too, if okay, so let me back up. So prior to the 911 call, and we will see this in the timeline later on in the trial, prior to the 911 call, we know he gets back from Alameda, right? He goes to the house at Moselle. And one of the things that's interesting is that, his story is like, he shows up and he's like, where are they? Right. But he's there for something like 5 minutes. And I know they have an exact time, right, in the time, but I believe it's around 5 minutes. And he goes inside and he takes 5 minutes, and there's like steps being recorded. And then after 5 minutes, he leaves and goes to the kennels. And it's sort of like, well, this shouldn't take that long, right? You go to the house is dark, or you just show up and they're not there. You go to the kennels, right? So he's in the house for maybe not quite a reasonable amount of time for what he says, right? I wonder if when he goes to get this gun, so he goes to the kennels, right, calls 911. Now he's like, oh, I'm going to go get my gun. I wonder if he realized he forgot something. I don't know what. Yeah, he could have used that time for any, and of course we will hear from Blanca in this episode as to what she finds. And it does go along with what you're saying, Abby. But I wonder if, in addition to kind of wanting to have an excuse for having potential GSR, if maybe he realized he forgot something at the house, whether, whatever it is. And I'm reading what you're saying here, Kit Smith. So, and that's true. That is what you're saying. I'll pull your comment up. That's true. However, in this particular situation with the context, it does seem a bit suspicious. Yeah, because there's just a number of red flags all over the place. So, but yeah, so now he says he's going back to the kennels, I believe.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Cody Keene, K-E-E-N-Y, 121503.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you've got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
There's the kennels again.
This is a cold blooded murder.
Okay, there's that other timestamp. So this is when he's saying it sounds like he's saying, I just arrived in front. That was the best I could make of that. So he's back now at the kennels after going back to the house and retrieving a gun.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
21. Central come down 6 and 1 8. You will need 6 1 5. That's the address.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence.
So real quick, there's a really good view. This is a really good picture because you can really see from this angle. So there's that doghouse again I keep mentioning. And remember, this used to be, so this is like the airplane hangar. So the kennels are actually to the right, at the side, on the very side there. That's the kennels. This is, remember, this used to be a private runway, private airport situation. So, so this is actually the hangar that's right next to the kennels. And so that's that wooden doghouse again. So of course, the operator, as you've just heard, says, you know, I don't want you to touch them. Also, let's take a moment to appreciate that hose because that comes up a lot in the trial. Not yet, but it will. On the left-hand side there, you can see that hose wrapped neatly. That will come up. But yeah, so she's saying, you know, don't touch them for obvious reasons, right?
It's okay.
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
All right. Now that's having already said earlier in the phone call that he could see Paul's brains. Is an interesting thought process. It's almost like he forgot to mention that until she mentioned it. And now he's like, well, I need an you know, in case they find blood or whatever. Again, another way to be like, to explain it, right? Just like with getting the gun. And yeah.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Copy. Can you give me a name, please?
Oh.
And Kit Smits, I'm reading your comments. So for y'all that aren't familiar, so Kit Smits is new to the trial. I mean, in other words, I know she was recently starting from the beginning, and I don't know, I guess she's not finished yet, which is exciting. And I was actually, we were talking about this in the Discord, and part of the reason I was actually decided to do this was because she and other people I learned had never really watched the trial. And in the wake of all the Miss Becky stuff, we're trying to go back and watch it. And I was like, holy shit, this is my opportunity. Like this is my favorite trial of all time. Like I guess I kind of thought everyone had seen the trial. So I was so happy that, you know, people haven't seen it. And even if you have seen it, I mean, it's illuminating for everybody going back with all the context and going through everything. So I love that. And also I love Kit Smits that you are giving the other side of the coin, right? The other arguments and the I think that's really important. And I think that's an important process too of validating a theory. Is, you know, like for me at least, I usually try to start with how many ways can I disprove it, right? And then depending on how many things I go through all those, right, to try to decide if it's valid or not. So I really appreciate you know, please, you know, any comments like that, I love it because it really challenges us in the chat and myself to, you know, if, those of us who are especially being really familiar with the trial to have to go back and really think through a lot of these, because there are a lot of unknowns. And this is the reason I love this case is because there's still so much mystery surrounding it.
Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, that's just not true. I mean, factually, that's just not true. Like in terms of like issue spotting, like there's literally no reports of it. No one can find any reports of the so-called threats. So it's weird that he says that because he should know that they're going to find that out. And yes, tennis girl, I see what they seem rehearsed, right? Staged, you know, I would say too.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Shouldn't he say Pawpaw?
Ma'am, I want to call. I need to call some of my family.
Now he's
Okay.
no.
Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're
he doesn't even refer to them as Mags and Pawpaw. I mean, we all know that, but I'm remembering that because it's still so crazy. It's just I'm not going to spoil that in case you haven't gotten that far, Kismet.
all coming to you. Can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashers on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will answer you first.
All right.
So that part was hard to hear at the end. I listened to that a bunch of times. It sounded like he said, I really appreciate your help. Part of me wondered if this would be a good segue to go into the video of his first interview. I'm kind of thinking it would be. But part of the reason I was thinking that's what he said, because it was really hard to hear, but that's what it sounded like. But also one of the things that we know he ends up doing is really complimenting the dispatchers a ton. So it made sense that he would end that with like, I really appreciate your help. If you could let me know in the chat, Kitsmits, have you watched his first interview? I mean, it's always worth seeing again, but I'm just curious if you have watched that. Let me make sure I've got that queued up. Let me find that. I have so many things pulled up here. So yeah, because this is also insane, and I've been saving this for the right time. So let me make sure. Okay, so yeah, so that's basically the end. Let me just play the rest of this out. Yep, that's it. All right. So okay, so at this juncture, y'all let me know if you want to go ahead and go straight into his first interview, or if you want to go straight into the actual episode. Because I can pause that at any time and we can go into, I mean, I've got a number of videos here that I feel like will be relevant at different points during the actual video to pull up and go through. I'm not seeing if y'all have a preference. So, whatever. Okay. Dang. Here's my gut instinct is let's go into the interview, because we've just heard how he's explaining this stuff. I think it makes sense because we're kind of seeing his story and all that. So I think it'll be worth it. So let's go ahead and pull that up. And I appreciate y'all's input.
And sir, what was your name?
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Buckle up, everybody.
Henderson. Okay.
Okay, a couple things to point out.
All right.
Okay, a couple things to point out. What he's wearing, the white shirt, the shorts. I believe this is before they took his clothes, if I recall. Because the thing is still at the kennels, and they get his clothes later back at the house. As you can see in the back, there's Detective Rutland. In the back seat beside her, he became infamous for the shirt buttons. That's Danny Henderson, who we hear about a ton in the trial. One of the partners at the law firm, represented Alex in the boat case. One of Alex's good friends, and was present, obviously, for this interview. Yeah, this is very crazy ass shit, indeed. And then we have also there, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on his name? The agent, oh my gosh. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Y'all, I'm sure y'all remember. And he might even say it, but the SLED agent there.
As I stated, I'm David Owen.
David Owen, there it is.
I'm with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED.
SLED.
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just
lots of head bobbing.
Take your time.
Like when I came back here,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran
There we
out.
go. Okay.
I knew it was really bad.
is consistent with the way he describes them on the 911 call. I don't know that that's a good thing. It's weird language, but it's consistent because, again, he kept saying that on the 911 call, so I knew that it was bad. All right, so we got that. I agree, tennis girl.
My boy over there, I could see it was
weird. This is weird. This is weird. This is weird. And I mean, it's like he's almost using his diaphragm the way that you would to like cough or laugh, and then squinting his eyes to try to, and what he would know right now is he would know that people are going to assume he's crying. So it wouldn't take really convincing acting. In other words, right? Like any potential like thing that could be construed as crying, they're going to assume he's crying, right? Obviously. So, I mean, but this is really bizarre. Yeah, no tears. Absolutely. Yeah, and of course, when in doubt, right, cover your face. And that way they can't see if there's tears or not. And pretend like you're wiping them away. I'm sorry.
And I could see his brain on.
And I actually forgot that he goes right into that. This is the very beginning of this interview. I forgot he says that right off the bat. I mean,
and I ran over to Maggie. And,
the best thing he's got going for him is that we know it was hot and humid and that everybody was real sweaty. And that's the best thing he's got going for him in terms of moisture, right?
Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
Oh, this part.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out.
This is utter nonsense. Let's hear that again. This is like award-winning nonsense here.
And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
I think I tried to turn Paul over first. So he says, I ran over to Maggie, and then he says, actually, he's correcting himself, right? So now he's like trying to get his story. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and
I tried to turn him over. We don't know.
I don't know. I figured it out.
And that's my favorite part. I remember the first time we saw this, and he said that, and I was like, "The fuck and what?" And I would have stopped and been like, "You figured what out? This is so nonsensical." I don't know. I figured it out.
His cell phone popped out of his pocket.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
This is. I have to not talk over it so y'all can hear it.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quick.
Okay, his cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
I mean, which makes sense, right? Because if you see someone's brains not in their head, the first thing you want to do is take their pulse, right? Like, make sure see if they're breathing, take their pulse. That makes a lot of sense.
And I called 911 pretty much right away. Again, part of the thing that we're thinking about in this episode where we're at in the trial is we're still
trying to figure out, did he call 911 initially before he got to the house? Was he in the car? That's what we're still thinking about. And that was part of the reason why I started with the 911 call. And we also know that he had a misdial. Like the first time he tries to call 911, he calls 911, and then he correctly dials 911 after that. But again, we have that information from Dwight Falkowski from the FBI, who said what he could see was that, looking at the Bluetooth from the car, that 911 was dialed from the car, but they couldn't tell if the car was still moving or not. That was what he said. So yeah, I'm trying to remember what else I was going to say about that, but yeah. Oh, right. So he says, I called 911 pretty much right away.
And she was very good.
That's what I was referring to earlier. Him complimenting the Jesus Christ, this is so weird. Complimenting the 911 operator, which is interesting because he was actually quite frustrated with her, wasn't he? He kept saying, like, hurry up, like, ma'am, I need to go call my family. Oh, good. I'm glad you watched the other videos. So, he was actually, it wasn't right until he was hanging up the phone with her when he was like, what did he say? Like, thank you for your, he complimented her at the end. I know I pointed it out, but anyway, so now it's like he's complimenting her again. It's so weird. She was very good. It's like giving a customer service review.
I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy.
100% tennis.
And I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Talking about Rogan. Right?
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things. Yes, sir.
So this part, I can't remember if anyone else notices this, but this stuck out to me immediately, which is what David Owen is asking about is bullet casings, because we know that this crime scene was riddled with shotgun shells and bullet casings and all the other bullety type stuff, right? So the fact that he doesn't mention that is odd, in my opinion, because any person, they'll say that you had nothing to do with it, whatever, but you just walk up to the crime scene. Yeah, you would see blood, but you would see bullet casings everywhere. And so those would be the two things you would mention. So he doesn't, but the fact that he doesn't mention that, I think is odd.
I mean, like any other
I also felt that
evidence. I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong?
He's giving him another chance. He's giving him another chance to say, oh yeah, I saw all the bullet casings or shotgun shells. He's asking him again.
Shouldn't belong, or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir. Not.
Yeah. Fails that test.
No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them?
See? Gives him another chance.
What made you come out here tonight?
I went to my mom's late stage.
This is, I mean, as everyone knows, this is the most bizarre question. What made you come out here tonight? He's referring to the kennels. And his answer is this is insane.
Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs.
Okay, there's so much, but we know from Shelley Smith's testimony that his mom was asleep. She was always asleep. What she said, about 8 o'clock or something like that every night. His mom was asleep with late stage Alzheimer's. He would have known she was asleep. Not only that, but everyone that testified said you don't want to wake them up. like when they're asleep and they have Alzheimer's, they get really disoriented and it's upsetting to them. You don't want to wake them up unless there's some sort of reason to, like medically. So, and he's using her as an alibi and an excuse, but it doesn't even make any type of logical sense. Like he's going there to comfort her when in fact it would be disturbing to her.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be.
All right, that's interesting. When I got to the house, so he's almost doing it correctly, where he's going to say, okay, what happened next, right? When I got to the house, the logical thing that would follow would be, when I got to the house, I did blank. So what would a normal person do? Let's say you don't know where they are. When I got to the house, I called their names out and they weren't there. Or when I got to the house, I noticed all the lights were off and no one was home, right? Stuff like that. Okay. Instead, what does he do? These are, if you know, anyone that watches the behavior panel would probably catch these as well, right? But you know, he goes, when I got to the house, obviously no one was home. So it's interesting because he's admitting, we know he went to the house, right? We know he went to the house. We know he was at the house for about 5 minutes at this point. So, but he makes a mistake there of not saying, yeah, here's what I did to look for them, right? Because he was likely what, you know, who knows, cleaning up, hiding things, whatever, but he was not looking for them, right? And he can't even come up with a way to, he can't even use common sense to be like, yeah, here's what I would have done, right? So he just says, you know, obviously. And I believe the behavior panel might have actually pointed that out as well. I can't recall, but it's a red flag.
Getting set up to plant our sunflower seeds, got
There we go with the
sprayed and
sunflowers.
died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Drove up and saw and called. Doesn't say what he saw.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
Wonderful. You know, you can't even have another word.
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
22. So I was right when I said that before. 22. So he's not a child.
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
She's a Kennedy.
Her date of birth, sir?
Like, he doesn't. Why are you pausing? Okay, she's a Kennedy too, by the way. For anyone that didn't know, her maiden name or middle name, her original name was like Margaret Kennedy Brandstetter. So she's a Kennedy. For those of you who didn't know.
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers? People breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of
tennis girl. So she's distant relative of the Kennedys, you know, the Kennedy people. Yeah. I know it's a distant relative, but they kept that name in the family. She's related to them.
People online, just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and
nothing specific, right? Just really vile stuff.
About, I mean, people routinely. I don't think I know the full story.
Clearly,
so I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So
I mean, we all know there's no evidence of any of this, right? But he's trying, kind of.
You know, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah.
Nothing like this, as in no one's murdered him prior to tonight, because you can be murdered more than once.
Any one person in particular or group of people?
Face palming, just so you know.
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes.
Right.
All the time.
And remember, in the 911 call, he says, what? Too many to count, too many people to name. And he also says that there's documentation of it, right?
He gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
It's just so many.
What kind
There's not enough paper in the world to document all.
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know.
Y'all.
I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
But then how can you quote it? Makes no sense.
Through social media or
no, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out.
Detective Rutland knew what was up. See, she's like, because obviously the logical thing would be social media, because Paul was 22 and he was always on his phone, right? And of course, that's a problem for Alex, because there would be proof of that. Like, they could easily track that, right? If it was. So of course he has to say no.
Places is what, you know, what he goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out, is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Well, and he said in the 911 call that Buster knows all the people that did. It's just.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house
I remember
together
hearing Bobby Boyle at the trial. I don't know if
in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, okay. Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tuten and
because we know
Gibson.
Nolan Tuten.
Yes, sir.
We're going to hear from him in this episode. But actually, that makes it even more relevant too. Yeah, we are hearing from him in this episode tonight.
Rogan Gibson.
Already heard from Rogan.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan. Was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, you know, he's just a good help.
Oh, Nolan. Okay, right. That's right. There's brothers. There's Nolan and Nathan. Okay. I was about to say, because I was like, wait, Nathan didn't go there. Nolan went over there and Nathan didn't. Okay. So just, y'all, there's two Tutens. There's Nolan and Nathan and their brothers. And so he's saying Nolan had been over there that night. But Nathan is who we actually hear from in this episode tonight.
Young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do.
I mean, they give him every type of privilege and leeway.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
Now's his chance.
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of.
He's thinking.
Off the top of my head.
Okay.
You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it.
Tennis Girl, he did call Buster, actually. And that was actually it was actually another red flag, because he called Buster right away and tried to get Buster to come over there. And that was one of the things that was like, well, that doesn't make sense, because if you think that there's a vigilante, a murderer on the loose on the property, and you're afraid for your safety, why would you call your surviving son and tell him to come over there, right? Wouldn't you say, like, hey, you need to, like, be careful, like, get a body, like, it actually made no sense that he would call Buster to have him come over there. but I can't remember what happened if Buster just, I think he was 2 hours away or something like that because he didn't get there until the next morning. No, he called Buster right away. Yeah, and we'll get to see all that with the beautiful timeline that we have from Agent Rudolski later, where it has all those calls and it's laid out so easily to see. But no, he did call Buster right away. I think he was one of the first people he called.
But it just didn't
This is a good
make
part
any
here.
sense. I just hired a guy out here.
Here we go.
And he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot.
Get ready, guys.
He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs.
My God. Let's hear that again. That's a story.
Field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
I can't.
What's his name?
CB Road.
I'm going to rewind that little. So I was actually thinking in my brain, Kit Smits, we can tie all this together. Right when we finish this, I'll pull it up. Do I have it on here? Hold on. Let me make sure. I did like a little short clip of the body cam footage. And in that body cam footage, he does talk about, you can hear him talking about the phone calls. So I'll pull that up and we'll watch that after this because it's short and that should clarify because that's right when law enforcement shows up. And if I recall, he's talking about calling Buster and Randy. And we do remember at the end of the 911 call, he's like, ma'am, I need to get off the phone and call family too. Yeah, I know, right? Owen's having to take notes. Yeah, so let me rewind that just a second. That's amazing.
Is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
He goes, yeah, that's kind of far-fetched. And then he goes, yeah, but he was off today. I know they mentioned this, I remember in the behavior panel, because it's just, I think Mark is the one who really has a field day with it. It's just really good stuff.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
So that means he definitely
CB Road.
did it.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back.
We're going to hear from him tonight too.
See him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, closer?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird.
It is really weird. I agree.
CB.
Right there, on the lap.
Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
Charging his phone.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
We know what that means, right? That connection there, the car is gonna remember that the phone was plugged in charging.
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I'm going to pause this because I've got the body cam, and actually this clip that I have here, again, this actually works out really well because I wanted to show this anyway. So we're going to hear from Blanca in this episode, and so we're going to hear a lot about what he was wearing when he changed clothes, and so that becomes really important in the timeline. And so I wanted to show this anyway, but I have a video here. It has the little clip of him from the first Snapchat where he's wearing that outfit, and that would be the outfit, from what we can tell, that he was wearing when the murders happened, and it's the outfit that was never seen again that we see in this video. And let me pull that up. This one. So that was the outfit. Let me show that again. That was the outfit that we never see again. And then after this, it's going to go right into that body cam footage that I was talking about, where we should hear about the phone call.
Better than it was, ain't it?
Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Here we go. So if we think about, we're kind of watching these as we go, but the 911 call obviously would have been first. This would have happened, and then of course the interview, obviously. But it still works watching them all back to back because it does give us a lot of context.
Sir, I want to let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any guns.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad.
Here we go. It's bad again. Nice.
This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact time.
It's the same thing he's doing in the car, right? They're asking him a very simple question that shouldn't be hard to answer. A basic thing. When did you go to the, whatever, what did you do? When did you go to the house? And he launches into his whole story about his mom having Alzheimer's. This is insane. I mean, I've watched this a million times. It's still just, it just gets more insane. I don't know.
Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are, that's what they're going to do, okay?
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are, yes, sir.
I mean, he already
the gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs, okay?
Can they hurry? That whole thing again.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But I mean,
is this the only firearm with you?
Tuten, sir.
This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
Yeah, we know there's a pistol in there.
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
653 out 7. Enjoy it, sir. Yeah, well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene. He's contacted them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that.
Dogs.
Even checking they're dead.
8 to 10 out.
They are dead, aren't
I
they?
just turned on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
I mean, again, confirming this. It's just so silly. It's like he just doesn't know how you're supposed to, he can't, nothing about it to me is normal, right? And he doesn't know, because of that, he doesn't know how he's supposed to act, so he's just asking if they're dead.
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
That's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's
Again,
what it looks
he
like.
just answered this.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
Gotta call her parents, okay?
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. How you doing?
How you doing?
What are they covering them up?
I got some good.
What's Paul's birthday? That's fine. You said 99?
Okay, so I guess I didn't have the part included in that clip, but he says I got to call her parents. I believe at this point he already has called Buster and Randy, and I believe he does say that. I just pulled little bits from that body cam, but I'm fairly certain. So, and Abby, I saw what you said that you were gone for a little bit. I hope your dog is okay. But yeah, basically we were watching the interview, and then I pulled this body cam up because I was we were talking about the order of the phone calls and when he called Buster and stuff. And I was thinking that I had included the part where he talks about that, but apparently I didn't. So anyway, but yeah, but from what I understand, it was still, like we said, he makes the 911 calls, and then right when law enforcement shows up and stuff, there's actually, I know there's footage in that body cam, I just didn't include it, of him pacing around on the phone calling people. And I believe that's when he's calling Randy and Buster. And then he tells them, yeah, I just called, my brother, my son, whatever, and then at this point that we just saw, he says, yeah, I got to call her parents. So, okay, so let's just finish up this interview. And actually,
but for all his,
I think that's the vast majority of the important stuff that I can recall. I'm sure I'll think of it if there's anything we didn't get to, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I really want to get into the video because now we've already heard references to a number of things that we're actually going to see. And so, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So we'll go ahead and start, and we can always come back to this, but we're going to go ahead and start part 5. Hope y'all are ready.
Mr. Wilson, please answer any questions the defense has.
The opioid addiction feels like a red
Good
herring
morning,
to me.
Mr. Wilson.
There might have been drug involvement. I'm
pausing it real quick. Kit Smith, since you might be new to these lives, I think you are. The banner at the bottom, the ticker, is cumulative over the course of all of these episodes. And these are all the counters I have going. So you'll see there's a number of them. So we're keeping track because it's fun. I know you've probably seen that from when we were doing Debt Be Heard. So just wanted to point that out.
not convinced.
One thing you said in answering Mr. Waters' questions on
cross-examination.
When you got to Moselle late night on the 7th or early morning on the 8th, he asked you something about, did you talk to Alec about the fee issue? And your response was, I did not know there was an issue with the fee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did not know that there was any issue with the fee on June 7th, 2021, correct?
No, sir.
The only conversation you had with anyone about the fee before June 7th, 2021 from the law firm was with Lee Cope, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he just asked you something about, do you still have money from the Ferris case in your trust account?
He asked me if all the money had been dispersed from those cases.
So
And
it's
you
not technically a lie.
Told
Has
him
all the
it
money
had
been
not.
dispersed?
You told him truthfully it had not, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not
We
all of
rolled
it's
the
been
money back
dispersed.
from medical liens, cost, a number of different things.
Very narrowly parsed
And you never
answer.
had any follow-up questions by Mr. Cope
Narrow.
before June 7th, right?
Narrowly parsed.
You did have a conversation with Alec, and he gave you some explanation. I forgot. What was the explanation he gave you?
After my paralegal, Vicki, forwarded me that email that she had received from their firm saying that there was an issue with the cost, I called Alec and said, hey, look, got this email that says there's a problem with cost, that you think you're owed more cost, no mention of fees, and if you're owed more cost, just let me know what they are and we'll get it worked out. We were holding money to deal with some things, and I didn't think the client would have any problem making sure all our costs got paid before the final amount of money was dispersed to the client. I said, hey, if there's a problem with cost, let me know. And he said, no, it's good. I said, hey, this is the case I dispersed directly to you on the fees. Is everything all right? He said, yeah, it's fine. The firm knows about it. I just got to make sure they know it's on the books already.
So he wasn't frantic, panic. There was no panic in his voice about conversation about the fee you had?
Nothing that I heard or saw, no, sir.
So as far as you knew, as of June 7th, there's no issue with the fee, right?
I didn't know about any issue with fees prior to June the 7th, or even after that.
And no one was demanding from you
Is this going to no
the
pressure?
Ferris fee money, the PMPED portion of the Ferris fee money?
No, sir.
Before June 7th? Right?
No, sir. I had not received any direct contact or request for payment of fees. My paralegal had already advised his paralegal that the fees had already been paid.
Alec has not been convicted of the financial crimes.
Now,
This is the first thing to go to
come
trial.
a time when you were a little worried about
He's pled to, or
your
he's
$192,000, and you asked him to sign this handwritten
He
promissory
stated he's
note.
done something.
Yes, sir.
You testified about that. And you had a conversation about how he's going to get you paid, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that conversation,
Well, that conversation about how he was going to get me paid, I think, was prior to that. I don't think we talked about how I was going to get paid when he signed the $192,000. I just simply knew enough to know, or felt like I knew enough of probate law and law, that if something happened to him, whether he did it to himself or something else happened to him, and I couldn't make a claim against his estate without that piece of paper. So I don't think we talked about payment or how he might get me paid that day. He had mentioned previously that he was trying to deal with Maggie's estate, he was trying to deal with his father's estate, and he had some property he thought was going to sell.
but he was telling you that he did not have the money at the time.
Yes, sir.
When you had, and that conversation was before the day of the promissory note, which I think is mid-August or something.
August 17th, I think it was.
And that
Also, I paused it real quick again. So another thing that we talked about on the last one was, because we had heard from all the PMPED people, we talked about how, like, I was going through weighing in my mind, like I was saying before, like trying to disprove, my own theories, right? So, like, essentially, would it have been enough sympathy, his dad dying, right? Because that's a whole thing, and that's part of what the defense is going to be suggesting, right? Like that his dad was about to pass away anyway. Would that have been enough? And it's just a question. It's like, would that garner enough sympathy versus a wife and son, right? To where it would it have stopped everything in its tracks? Would it have had the same effect? But I'm mentioning that because they're going to talk a little bit about that here. And the other reason it's relevant is because there's also talk of assets that he possibly would have received from his dad passing away. But we still don't find out definitively whatever happened to that, like his inheritance. I mean, he probably went to pay the legal fees, but we really don't, it's just like so much of this stuff, right? There's all these loose ends, and it's just like, I want to solve it all. But one of the things I had been saying last time, for anyone who missed it, was when I'm trying to understand all the motive for this, right? Because I think there's more to it than just what the prosecution suggests. And I haven't fully disclosed that theory yet. I'm kind of waiting until the right moment in terms of what we learned in the trial. But I went through like a pros and cons list, right? Of what is it that he wants, Alex, and what does he have? How does he attempt to achieve that? And what I was saying in the last episode was that if you look at just the prosecution's theory alone, there was no reason to kill Maggie. So what I mean by that is everything that he needed to satisfy, which is the boat case going away, not having to have because of the boat case going away, right? So then you don't have to worry about the money for that. And then also the turning over of all his financial information, which would have uncovered all this other shit, all this shit related to the boat case. He didn't, and then also like having a distraction. He had no reason to kill. Like, killing Paul would have satisfied all of that. I think that would have garnered enough sympathy. It would have met all of that criteria. And we know that it wasn't just because Maggie was there, because he lured them both there. We know that. We know that Maggie was supposed to be at Edisto. We're going to hear more about that in this episode, that she was supposed to be at Edisto, and Paul was supposed to be in Colombia. And he lured both of them there only hours before the murders. Maggie expresses, and we'll learn in this episode, what she tells Blanca, so actually I won't spoil it. But anyway, he lures them both there. So just so y'all can be thinking about it, part of the way that I'm informing my own theory about this is because of this question, why Maggie? Why Maggie? So keep that in the back of your minds and feel free to chime in, why Maggie? What would be the possible reasons when you were looking at what he has going on and what his motives are? His dad was going to pass away anyway. And then with him killing Paul, that would have satisfied this. So why Maggie? Okay. And now continuing on with the video.
That he mentioned that Maggie's estate was tied up. His dad had died. You remember when his dad died?
Very vividly, yes, sir. Very much.
It was
Thursday, June the 10th.
June the 10th. It's like 3 days after Maggie and Paul
think there's a
murdered,
good
Yes, sir.
argument for the defense that they didn't need.
Seriously ill.
No, sir. I went by to see Mr. Randolph.
They didn't need
one of
the
those
murders
days
of
after June the 7th.
Maggie and Paul for
before June the
sympathy
10th, my
because
wife
his
and I
father was passing.
had gone down to see Buster and Alec, or she had come down while I was already there, and we rode over to Alameda to see, mostly to see Randolph, but to see Libby too.
But Alec thought he was going to get some money from his dad's estate that maybe didn't go through probate.
So if he's going to get money from his
enable him
dad,
to quickly
why the murders?
pay you back.
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
So
I don't think he said anything about it going directly through. He just said, I've got some money that'll be coming to me from my father's estate also.
So, and this is what I'm saying. We never even find out, like, how, like, it just drives me crazy. Like, we don't actually ever end up hearing that he does get that. And it makes me wonder, like, was he lying? He could have just been saying that, right? So that Chris would think he was going to pay him back, because he never does pay him back. So maybe that was a lie, but at the same time, like, it only makes sense that he would have had an inheritance, right? Because like the whole family's like freaking rich and all that. Anyway.
And
I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back.
You know the difference between life insurance, beneficiaries of life insurance policy, the benefits do not go through the estate, do not get tied up in the estate?
Just enough to be dangerous, probably, but yes, sir.
Well, the point is,
most lawyers,
he never said to you, oh, I have this $1 million policy on Maggie's life, I have a $5 million policy on Maggie's life, or any life insurance that he was expecting to come into as a result of Maggie's death, right?
No, sir, not at all.
And after Maggie died and Paul died, he wasn't out spending lavishly with newfound money, was he?
No, sir, not that I saw.
In fact,
he was in debt to his eyes.
He didn't even go to Moselle to stay a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered. You know that?
I don't know that myself directly, but every time I spoke to him, he was either staying with his brothers or staying with his in-laws.
So, tennis girl. So I'm gonna make like a list. I'm gonna write it down, like a list of everyone's theories as to what his motivations were. Like why did he need to kill Maggie? I have my own theory. I've not disclosed that yet, but I'm saving that. And so, it's a whole can of worms. Like, yeah, tennis girl. So I have a theory. I have a theory, but it's a very complicated theory, and we haven't gotten that far yet. In terms of all of the moving pieces to where I feel like I can show how I got there. So I'm waiting, but I don't know for sure. Right. So that's why, like, I'm still in my mind, I've got that, but like, that's why I wanted to know what y'all think. And I'm going to make a list of everything that you guys think. And we're going to have like a list of potential reasons. Why did he kill Maggie? So that way we can, kind of go through it together as through the trial and kind of see what we think. And if we, change our minds or come up with any other ideas.
I don't think he ever went back to Moselle.
How long did he stay with his in-laws?
Now, you've known Alec for
1985, 86.
His dad didn't pass away suddenly.
37 years, I guess.
The family was told June 7th that the father was
something like that.
And he said to you that he had an opioid addiction for over 20 years?
Imminently.
I don't remember exactly the number of years, but I mean, I believe it was, he said, I've been addicted to opioids for about 20 years or more than 20 years.
Well, let's just say the last 5 years. So over the last 5 years, you've known him.
Oh, they're just leaning in. All right.
If he was addicted to opioids, did you notice any change in his behavior?
Not a thing, not at all.
And
which is interesting.
You were around him and in a business capacity?
Yes, sir.
Professional? You were
the
sending
first time
patients?
Alex
Yes,
ever
sir.
mentions the drugs.
He was acting like
is when he needs to give
normal
Chris
Alex
Wilson
that
an
you've known since college?
Since law school.
Where the money
Law
went.
school?
Yes, sir.
That's the first time it comes up.
And nothing about his demeanor set red flags off to you as to, man, he must be on
and this is
today.
No, sir. I mean, I didn't see pill bottles when we would travel together for depositions or things like that. He didn't seem to be out of it. He seemed to be capable of handling.
Why is the defense
the
eliciting
work that we were doing?
I don't know if this helps the
when
defense.
we would socialize together, didn't see anything that indicated that he was addicted or had a drug problem or was using drugs.
Oh, I know what I was going to say.
And if he was addicted to drugs for the last 5.
Okay, so this is just interesting because Jim is like asking these questions as if to disprove that Alex was on drugs, which makes so. And Emily even said, "Does this help the defense?" I have a theory about this, which is, I think at this point they had no idea, and rightfully so. No one thought that Alex was taking the stand, and by no one, I mean, of course, no one did. But what I mean is Jim didn't, because it doesn't bode well. Jim is basically asking these questions like, yeah, and you never saw him. He never acted like he was on opioids. There were no indications, blah, blah. No, there weren't, right? I mean, but then, of course, when Alex gets on the stand, he makes the whole thing about the drugs. So that must have been Alex's, obviously it was his decision, but I think he must have come up with that on his own with the drug thing, maybe last minute. I mean, because it wasn't, in other words, that was not a plan of strategy, the drug thing, because this refutes that, right? So yeah.
5 or 10 years, and he was, from your observation, was a loving husband and father?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't observe him engaging any erratic behavior around his wife and kids?
No, sir.
Jim had to know that's
Law
what was
school,
coming.
you and Alec were roommates at one point in time. Correct?
We were, yes, sir.
And then he actually married Maggie while he was in law school, right?
He did.
And you married Dana after you graduated?
What are you talking about his wife?
This
Who
is the
cares
best.
when he got married?
Shortly after graduation.
Damn it, Jim,
And
we
Maggie
don't
and
care
Dana
when he
were
got
sorority
married.
sisters at University of South Carolina?
They were.
You went to South Carolina Law School, but you were
Wofford College in Spartanburg,
Harvard of the upstate, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Jim?
and you became really good friends with Alec during law school.
Alec and I got to be, we were friends and hung out a lot, studied together, did some things like that first year, but we got to be much closer friends throughout that end of the first year of law school. We lived together second year, and he married Maggie into our third year of law school.
And then you married Dana, and y'all would do a lot of things together as couples, wouldn't you not?
Yes, sir.
And one thing y'all like to do is go to South Carolina football games. Right?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, Alec played for the University of South Carolina. You knew that.
Yes, sir.
And
I
had
don't
a
care if
knee
he
injury
played
when he was
football for the
playing.
University of South Carolina.
I did know that,
Jim.
yes, sir.
And then as you grow as married couples,
This is
you
all
had
going to
children, he
character.
has children. Your oldest daughter was 1 year younger than Buster.
Yes,
Nobody's
sir.
objecting.
And then you have a son who's
2 years
a
younger
few
than
years
Paul.
younger than Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
What are their names? Where do they go
Your
to
daughter and
school?
Paul
What are their
were
social
really
media
good
handles?
friends.
Stop
Yes,
it.
sir.
And friends with Buster as well.
Yes, sir.
And
Our kids grew up together.
exactly.
Even our youngest, who's younger than their two.
Happy
They all grew up
anniversary,
together.
Abby, to you and your wife.
And
Going to character, which is the defense's
and you
job. But
and
good gosh.
Dana and your kids and Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster would
Asked and answered.
vacation together when they were younger before the kids started wanting to do things on their own, right?
Yes, sir. We would vacation together and go, on trips away while the kids were younger, and would follow you around. And as they got older, kind of doing their own things, those vacations kind of went by the wayside. But we would spend a lot of time down at Edisto Beach. We have a house down at Edisto, and they had a house at Edisto, and so a lot of our time together would be spent down there, or at Columbia at Carolina football games, or things like that.
Everybody's
And
got
my
their
wife
beach houses
and
next to each
Maggie
other.
were sorority sisters, and became much closer friends through Alec and my friendship.
Were around him during the
Swearing on
stress
you,
of
Jim.
trial or cases where he just totally lost his faculties, just went off on the handle because he was on opioids. Did you ever see anything like that?
No, sir.
So did he really have an opioid
He was able
addiction
to
then? Is that
function.
Again, Jim is doing it again. It's really weird. I think that at this point, the only thing I can think of is that Jim is trying to discount Chris Wilson's testimony that Alex said that without, again, the only way that makes sense is if he had no inclination that A, Alex was going to take the stand, and that B, Alex was going to make it all about the drugs, because this wouldn't make sense otherwise.
Are we what?
In high stress situations, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, sometimes getting Alec to focus on the case and on what you were trying to get accomplished was difficult, but that was from
Yeah, the
that was
chat
from
thinks
all the way back in law
Alec
school.
has
That
more
was
of a
from
problem
day
with
one.
ADHD
But
than
when he
with opioid
focused, he was
addiction.
extremely able to get it done.
When he was hyper focused.
And one witness described Alex normal as being fidgety.
Just sometimes not as focused as you'd like for him to be. He was taking
Stop
phone calls
attacking me.
and talking to this and looking at that and taking another phone call, and sometimes you say, look, man, we got to sit down and focus on this
that's
and get
boring.
this taken care of.
Dopamine.
Now,
You need dopamine.
That brings me to another point. Would he always take a phone call if Maggie called him?
Always.
Would he always take a phone call if Paul called him?
Always.
Would he always take a phone call if Buster called him?
Always.
No matter what was going on?
Not when I was around him, if we were in court, he wouldn't take a phone call, but in depositions, he would sometimes get up and walk out and take calls. And if you were talking to him, trying to get a full conversation out with him in one breath was impossible because he was going to take a phone call.
It's our neurospicy chat is all like, stop attacking us.
And you traveled around with him for business?
We're ADHD, Jim.
Did he, was he frequently talking to his wife and sons?
Yes, sir.
If he talks to them so much and they don't answer the phone, why doesn't he drive past the kennels when they're not answering the phone, Jim?
To Maggie, Paul, and Buster multiple times?
I could tell who he was talking to on the phone. We didn't have to travel as much together later in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years just because we were working less cases. Sometimes we wouldn't have to go as many places for depositions and things. But yes, if we were traveling, I could tell he was talking to his family on the phone.
Right.
If he would walk out of work to answer the phone to his wife, why wouldn't he drive by the kennels to check on her? Why? Why?
Most any trip that I think I've ever been on with Alec generally was family.
Right.
He's not the kind of guy that would take off and go spend the golfing weekend with us, or I think they like to spend their time hunting and fishing.
But he is the kind of guy that would charge his clients to fly y'all to a fucking football game.
So, I thought that was noteworthy how he says, Chris Wilson says, he wasn't the kind of guy to like take off and do like a golfing trip with the guys. I mean, he's saying like basically the only time Alex was like vacationing or traveling was with the family. Again, this just supports this idea of like, where did all the money go, right? Because it wasn't like, if you picture other people who maybe are blowing through a bunch of money, they're doing things like taking, these trips, lavish trips, right? Like going off and, we know golfing can be expensive, right? Or whatever. But in other words, he didn't do any of these things that you might even see other people do where they're going to be spending money, even if it was actually legitimate money, not stolen, but whatever, just spending it. But he didn't do, in other words, Alex wasn't doing anything that seemed, lavish or costly or extravagant or frivolous, expensive, whatever. Right. So I just thought that was interesting. Again, it just goes to the lifestyle. The lifestyle that he was living was modest, right? I mean, not the stealing, but in terms of his spending, right? I mean,
Ferris case that was tried in Columbia. Do you remember Maggie coming up and staying with him during the trial?
I don't.
During football season, South Carolina, did he and Maggie have season tickets?
Jim.
Yes, sir.
He go to the games with his family?
Yes, sir.
Did he use his client's money to buy the season tickets, Jim? Because I don't think this is helping you either, buddy.
And when she got sick, I don't remember who kind of took it over, but they always had a family tailgate, and if we weren't tailgating with them, we would always make it a point to stop by and at least speak.
And he had
sounds lovely.
They had season basketball tickets.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Who paid for the basketball tickets, Jim?
Go to just about every home basketball game.
When was he working? This lawyer had more free time than anyone I fucking know. When are you doing your work?
Pretty bad basketball teams over the years.
You got season tickets to every fucking sport available.
Those years, but
okay.
I think.
Do they have a rugby team? Do you have tickets to that too?
Actually, I think Alec bought the tickets for the year after the Final Four when they tanked. So,
right.
Yeah, you might not have seen the best basketball.
And
I don't care how good the Gamecocks are at basketball. Chris,
yes,
Jim, go out for a drink and have this conversation later. What are we doing?
But I think they did some.
If y'all need to have a chit chat to catch up, could you not do it on our time?
For the weekend before
our time.
June 7th. It would be June 6th and June 5th. You actually went to the Super Regionals with Maggie and Alex and Buster. And
what the fuck's a Super Regional? And why is it involved in any of this?
Yes, sir. It was only on that Saturday that we were with them.
Why is the prosecution not objective?
I remember this. I remember this in the trial when it happened live, and I was just like dying laughing because they go off on this tangent about sports and the Gamecocks for like, this isn't a bridge. What y'all are seeing is like a bridge. They go off on this for like, I don't know, a really long period of time. And they're just like having a chat between the two of them. And it's just amazing. I love it.
the weekend Carolina baseball tournament, and my wife.
Baseball.
And two
they
of
also
our
were at
children
baseball.
met up
Baseball
with them
season
on
has
Saturday
9,000 fucking
and
games.
hung
When
out
did
at
he
some
work?
mutual friend's place for a while before we all went to the ball game. Kind of separated.
Baseball
and went to
season
different
ages
seating
me like
areas of the
10
ball game.
years. I can't with baseball. And the games are fucking long, too.
And you mentioned
What is with the old
that
bro
you
boys
became
club
good
chit chat
friends
here?
with
It's so fucking
Maggie's
weird.
family, Mr. and Ms. Branstetter.
Yes, sir.
And her sister Marion, and
Not so much with Marion and her husband Bart. I mean, I knew them and I was around them.
Is that his
but
sister-in-law?
Not so much friendly or close to them as
Jim,
with Maggie.
get a chart. Just draw out the whole family
and what
tree.
was Alex's relationship with Maggie's dad?
Seemed to have a very good relationship with them. Spent a lot of time together. They would come to Moselle, or Maggie and Alec and their children would go visit them in Somerville, or Papa T would come up sometimes. And
Why? I don't care about his
You
vacationing
knew him as
with
Papa
his
T as well?
in-laws.
And what'd you know Miss Branstetter as?
Miss Ken. I think they called her Grandma, but I called her Miss Ken.
To move forward, Memorial Day weekend of 2021.
I do.
Did you and your family go to Edisto that weekend?
We did. And we got together Saturday evening, I believe it was. We got together to cook out over at their house Saturday evening with them and a bunch of other people.
And Maggie and Alex getting along as far as you knew?
Yes, sir.
Was it a fun time had by everyone, best you could tell?
Yes, sir.
Cause
I
for
think it
speculation,
was
he
right
cannot
around about
testify
Alex's
that everyone
birthday
had
we were
fun.
we not only were cooking out like a big shrimp bog, but also having some cake and kind of a little birthday celebration.
Hold on.
That's when you.
I love that so much. Let me play that again without the banner, because I just love this. I love this, talking about the food and whatever the fuck a shrimp bog is. It's my favorite.
Care about his
You
vacationing
knew him as
with
Papa
his
T as well?
in-laws.
And what'd you know Miss Branstetter as?
Saturday evening, I believe it was. We got together to cook out over at their house Saturday evening with them and a bunch of other people.
And Maggie and Alex getting along as far as you knew?
Yes, sir.
Was it a fun time had by everyone, best you could tell?
Yes, sir.
Cause
I
for
think it was
speculation, he
right
cannot
around about
testify
Alex's
that everyone
birthday
had
we were
fun.
We not only were cooking out like a big shrimp bog, but also having some cake and kind of a little birthday celebration.
Right. That's when you.
Oh, y'all. You're also having some cake and a little birthday. So, also, if anyone, the other thing that reminds me of, if anyone has ever seen the show Parks and Recreation from like a long time ago, there's this episode in one of the earlier seasons where the main character, Leslie Knope, she's like, she meets Ben Wyatt and she meets Ben Wyatt and she like, well, without trying to go into like the whole show, but basically what happens is she's trying to throw some sort of a party and impress him like at her house, and like she can't tell if he had fun or not, and so she finds some excuse to have to bring him in for a deposition where he has to testify under oath if he had fun or not at the party. And it just reminds me of that where he's like, and if a good time was had by all, and Emily's like, he can't say that everyone, on the record had a fun time. Anyway, all right, back to the video.
Met up with Maggie and Alec on Saturday at a tailgate with, y'all had a mutual friend, I think maybe whose son plays.
Hi, Wildfire. Good night. Thank you for being here.
I talked to Alec when they were going home, or they were headed home, and we were talking about just how the Gamecocks had, blown the chance to move forward, and we talked about his dad, and that's when he told me things were getting much worse.
How many times have they said Gamecock
But
today?
I kind of already knew that from the days, and
it's on my bingo card now.
leading
But
up to that, I already kind of knew that.
And Mr. Randolph was, he was beloved by a lot of people, was he not?
Yes, sir.
everyone loved his daddy. Great.
Not just his immediate family, but the broader legal community.
And most people I knew that knew Randolph seemed to respect and love him.
And Alec risked
really,
that all.
Everybody I knew.
Right.
By stealing from his clients.
And we know he died on June the 10th, right?
Thursday, June the 10th, yes, sir.
Alec calling you on Monday, June the 7th was not surprising, right?
No, sir.
I mean,
That's a good
you talk
question.
multiple times a day. You just hadn't talked this day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
That actually attacks the state's case of manufactured.
and you would talk to him when he was
alibi.
traveling, to the office and back to Moselle frequently. I mean, it wasn't the first time you'd ever talked to him when he left Moselle or coming back to Moselle.
I mean, I don't know where somebody is when I'm talking to him on the phone.
Good.
But I mean, it oftentimes he would say, I'm, headed to Moselle or I'm leaving the office. I mean, it felt like a lot of times when he do the same thing I do, you make your phone calls while you're in the car because you're busy doing.
This part coming up is really funny, but I wanted to say, I forgot I had made this command. I did this in advance. I put research into this, y'all. So speaking of the Gamecocks, and Wildefire's probably already gone, but this reminded me of it when she said she had to look it up because she didn't believe they were real. I actually looked up their legit colors, school colors. It's black, white, and garnet, but there wasn't a garnet emoji, so that's why it's red. But that's the relevance. Those are actually the Gamecocks, the school colors for sports ball.
And other stuff if you're at the office or wherever else.
But it was a little more than that. I mean, you knew that when he was coming up to Moselle, the phone would normally drop.
Phone service is bad out there, yes, sir.
And you'd drop a call.
Also a good argument. Phone service is bad out there.
You've been out in Moselle a lot, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And
Paul had enough service to call.
calls get dropped out there.
Brogan Gibson.
Yes, sir.
And you can frankly be in one part of the house and maybe have coverage and be in another part of the house and not have coverage, right?
I don't really know about parts of the house, but I mean, there'd be times that I'd be on the phone that I would drop service or not be able to get on the internet or do things like that.
And
it's spotty.
Paul could make calls,
and just
but he
driving
couldn't
around
send the
the
video.
rural areas, I guess some areas where there's just dead spots, and you just know there's going to be a dead spot coming up.
Very much so.
And there were such spots on Moselle Road, were they not?
For me, when I was trying to use my phone, yes, sir.
9, 12, and 14
This
seconds.
part
and
is
it
really
was a
funny.
42-second call.
Coming up.
Does that sound about right? I don't know that your Verizon bill is that accurate on the time.
Is this supposed to be June the 7th, Monday, June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
My phone bill that I pulled and provided, or my phone records that I pulled and provided to SLED say I had an incoming phone call from phone number ending 1227, which is Alex's cell phone number at 9:11 p.m. that lasted.
No, the judge cannot interrupt the line of testimony.
Okay. And
the attorneys.
So some of these extraction data that's in evidence says the call was 42 seconds long. Do you think you talked to him for 2 minutes, or you may have been billed for 2 minutes, but when you got the call, you said,
"Who's billed by the minute on their cell phone, Jim?"
Yeah.
Is that a 2-minute call, or is that a
this part
45-second call?
Hey, Bo, how you doing? I'm doing all right. I got my hands in the middle of this. Can I call you back? Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, probably shorter than 2 minutes. I don't know if that's the phone ringing and the talking. Right. I don't know how that works.
Oh my God, I love that.
And then, but that was the call, and there was nothing about Alex's demeanor that alarmed you during that conversation, right?
No, sir.
He wasn't breathing heavy, was he?
No, sir.
He didn't sound panicky in any way, did he?
Not panicky, no, sir.
Just a regular conversation with Alec?
All conversations with Alec are a little bit scattered, but no, he didn't sound out of that.
Feel attacked.
All right, and then you call him back.
I did.
Sometime around 9:20. What's your Verizon bill say?
9:20 p.m. A phone call from me.
They're tying in how close in time this is to the prosecution's
if you'll go to page 3082
which is actually really smart
of Exhibit 60.
Because at 9:11, that's right after Alec gets into the car to leave the house.
9:20 with Mr. Wilson.
If they're saying that the murders happened at 8:49, 9:11 is what? 20 minutes after? So they are using this to attack the prosecution's timeline. It just took a real fucking long time to get there.
This says 131 seconds, but this is you calling Alec back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's why this call at 9:11 p.m. matters.
He is got the same demeanor?
Yes, sir.
Not breathing heavy?
No, sir.
Not being frantic in any way?
No, sir.
Just
Not that I heard.
normal Alec.
Alec
Yes,
lied to you
And he-
stole from you and lied to your face about
He
it. Did he
tells you
sound
he just
normal
gets to his
then?
mom's, and that's how you end the call, right?
He says he's either getting to his mom or about to get to his mom's. I think he said, I'm about to get to my mom's. Let me call you when I'm leaving here.
All right.
Mr. Griffin, I thought he was leaving the office for whatever reason. I don't have any reason to know that. He didn't say that. But I just assumed he had kind of worked late at the office and was headed.
Sure.
Why are you just offering things?
Okay.
He's like, hopefully this helps.
He said, I'm about to get to my mom's. He didn't even say I'm, where he had been earlier or anything like that. Just I'm about to get to my mom's.
Huh.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly.
Redirect.
You were asked by Mr. Griffin
Okay.
on June 7th whether or not you brought up anything about the Ferris fees, but at that point in time, you hadn't had to cover $192,000 for the defendant, had you?
No, sir, I had not.
And as far as
July the 15th, 16th, 17th, somewhere around in that range, middle of July, that I had to cover that $192,000.
that he called you with some story about how he had the money in the wrong structures and he needed to send it back to you, but he was 192 short.
Yes, sir.
Facts.
I'm sorry.
Don't leave the witness.
Facts.
Did the defendant tell you
There's our
that
objection.
the issue of notifying his firm had been handled?
Yes, sir.
About the fees?
Before I wrote the checks in March and afterwards.
Was the defendant good with people?
Very good with people. That's one of Alex's strengths, is with clients and people he met, connecting to people that he, didn't know quite as personally. He could make connections with people. He seemed to know what made people tick.
Thank you. Nothing further. Further questions?
Yes, sir.
May I call you Tony rather than Mr. Satterfield?
Absolutely.
Gross.
Call me Dick instead of Mr. Arpidi.
I'll call you Dick all day long.
Between your name and my name, it might add a little bit to this clause. So,
ew.
Let me ask you a few questions about your mother's death, and I apologize if in any way this brings back bad memories. I apologize.
Dick is going for the good guy. I'm the good guy.
Filed
in
a
this
lawsuit or made a claim against, basically Alec told you he would be the defendant. You'd be suing him, right?
Your client fucking stole from them,
And
Dick.
it's based on some dogs tripping your mom as you're going down the stairs. Is that right?
That's what they said, yes.
That's what they said.
But the only person that represented dogs tripped your mother going down the stairs was Alex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, without his assertion, if she just fell down the stairs, there'd be no lawsuit, right?
I guess that's
okay,
correct.
I'm sorry, not a lawyer.
Yeah, there should be an objection.
If she just fell down the stairs on her own, there would be no one to blame for that. Right?
No.
Because I don't understand the question.
It's okay. Strike it. Withdraw it.
He's implying that Alec lied about tripping over the dogs because if Gloria fell on her own, there's no one to sue. So he was being the good guy. Gross.
For the record, he told you it was Corey Fleming, right?
So he lied so he could sue himself to steal the money?
Well, it was Alex Murdaugh. They were all a team.
That doesn't help you.
The person being sued, and again, you're not sophisticated on this, was part of the team to get you a recovery.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a guy named Chad Westendorf. He was with a bank, right?
Yes.
And he was actually the PR. He took over, and it was his job to make sure y'all got your money, right?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Like one time, it was just to sign some paperwork for him to be
That was a
PR.
big implication.
Right. And did you ever call him and say, what's going on with my case?
No.
Did you ever call Corey Fleming and ask what's going on with my case?
No.
That was a big insinuation.
Let me make sure I understand your testimony. You've got some notice.
Let me
of
make sure I
something in the
understand your
paper,
question,
and
Dick.
At some point after June 7th, you had either a phone call or a text or an email with Alex Murdaugh asking him what's going on, right?
Yes.
Now, and again, we see a series of phone calls.
Why did you text him?
June
Because I thought he was my lawyer.
Yes.
2nd?
Yes.
Right? Where y'all were talking about this.
Yes.
But was there anything on June 7th or prior to June 7th where you accused him of
I
anything?
love Tony's energy.
Prior to June 7th, no.
Okay.
I love the I said what I said
Now,
energy. I'm here for it.
After you became aware of,
Absolutely here for it. 100% here for it.
well, we saw just a moment ago a confession of judgment where Alex Murdaugh admitted that he owed you $3 million, not get this wrong, $4,305,000. Is that right?
That's the judgment, yes.
Okay. But you hired a lawyer.
Oh, he's looking at Eric Bland, who's sitting right in court. He just pointed to him.
He sued Mr. Murdaugh's firm and some other folks
Eric Bland's
and
like,
got you
yeah, buddy.
$6.5 million, right?
Yes, or no, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I'm aware of is the judgment.
So Mr. Bland didn't tell you about the $6.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure history's not repeating itself here. And so you actually recovered $6.5 million, which would be a couple $1 million more than you would have gotten had you received the money that Alex took, right?
Alec not stolen it.
Okay. So you've been made more than whole for that loss.
Yes.
$2 million more than you would have gotten had he not taken your money, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Now, sort of
I wonder if this is pissing the
last
jury off.
question, I think
He's like, what? Has he been able to collect on that judgment? Oh, of course Eric Bland is taking notes. You've been more than made whole.
One last question.
Sir, his mother died, and then his lawyer stole from him.
On June 7th, prior to June 7th, prior to June 8th,
He's trying to tell the
have you
jury
ever
that they don't need to punish
threatened
Alec for this because
Alex
it's
Murdaugh
okay.
with exposure?
All right, could you repeat the question again?
Prior to June 8th, 2021, did you ever threaten Alex Murdaugh saying, I know you stole my money. Where's my money? You know, I know you've got the money. Did you threaten him in any way?
No.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay, yes, sir.
Well, this just got more interesting.
This is something new that has come up, Your Honor.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure Your Honor recalls the testimony of Shelley Smith this Monday.
Oh, shit.
And her testimony was, let's say, somewhat malleable. We've discovered late last night that a GoFundMe page was set up for Ms. Smith, soliciting donations until the wording was changed during the testimony of the last witness. It read that my mother was caretaker for Alex Murdaugh's mom. She recently had to testify against him, and goes on to say, I want to reward her for her bravery and honesty. The very first donation made on this GoFundMe page, which was made shortly after it first went up last night, was made by attorney Mark Tinsley, who paid her $1,000, presumably following the description of this in consideration of her testimony.
Oh, shit. No, he
and
did
Your Honor,
not.
I have, if you want, printouts of the screenshots showing that. Shortly after Mark Tinsley's name actually appeared as the donor for $1,000, he removed his name, and it now appears as anonymous. But I'm told the Attorney General has confirmed with Mr. Tinsley that he admits he did make this payment to the witness in the middle of trial, who is still under subpoena.
Mark Tinsley, what the fuck?
Your Honor, and therefore, the defense would move to exclude his testimony. And
On what basis?
Your Honor, the legal standard here is difficult to find. I cannot, searching Westlaw, find a single case
because it seems shady, Your Honor.
Has put tries to put to the jury a lawyer who has already testified he has a direct financial interest in the outcome of this case, who is also making monetary payments to prosecution witnesses during the trial.
Yeah, it looks real bad.
Your
That looks
Honor,
real
I
bad.
believe that this is a question of first impression.
Yeah,
And
this is a
because it's
question of first impression.
I understand that the facts here in this case are disturbing, but because it's a question of first impression, I would respectfully urge the court to
Declare
keep in
mistrial?
mind the aphorism that bad facts make bad law. A prosecutor, to my knowledge, to Westlaw's knowledge, has never before done this.
What's improper about what he did?
About what Mr. Tinsley did?
Yes.
He made a financial payment to a witness in the middle of a trial that he has a financial interest in the outcome of. He has testified. He was under subpoena. She's still under subpoena. He made a $1,000 payment as a reward for her honesty, testifying
Tinsley
in
has
the matter
confirmed that he did
has
this.
testified that he has a direct financial interest in.
Well, that would be good fodder for cross-examination.
Your Honor, I respect the court's ruling.
I'm not going to strike his testimony. It may be good fodder for cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
One other issue, given the testimony in the in-camera proceedings, we would ask that he be precluded from offering testimony about focus groups on the verdict for the beach matter.
No.
Speculation about fixing a jury in Hampton County. These matters don't go to the motive purpose that his testimony is being offered for, and would be prejudicial.
Well, I'm loath to attempt to screen testimony in advance.
Okay, so I wanted to get to that part. So to answer your question, Abby, so what this is about is, if you recall from, I think it was the previous episode, Shelley Smith testified. She was the housekeeper for Alex's mom. She testified, and then after that, her daughter set up a GoFundMe for her, saying, you know, I want to reward my mom for her bravery. And Mark Tinsley, who represents the Beach family, Mallory Beach's family, Mark Tinsley donated $1,000 to the GoFundMe. So the defense is raising this issue before Mark Tinsley testifies. They're trying to keep him from testifying because his testimony is really bad for them, right? For Alex. So they're trying to do whatever they can to, what's the right word, to stop that essentially. But so they're saying, like, you know, it's improper because he donated to Miss Shelley Smith's GoFundMe. And then now he basically was like, yeah, too bad. That doesn't matter. Judge Newman. But so now they're trying a different issue, and they're saying we want to keep out the part where they're talking about, and actually Mr. Barber here, the attorney, one of the defense attorneys, actually says fixing a jury in Hampton County. So we actually hear them say and basically admit that, like, that's a thing. Like, let me back that up just a second so we can hear that again.
Real bad. That was real bad.
I believe that this is a question of first impression.
Yeah,
and
this is a question of first impression.
I understand that the facts here in this case are disturbing, but because it's a question of first impression, I would respectfully urge the court to
declare
keep in
mistrial?
mind the aphorism that bad facts make bad law. A prosecutor, to my knowledge, to Westlaw's knowledge, has never before done this.
What's improper about what he did?
About what Mr. Tinsley did?
Yes.
He made a financial payment to a witness in the middle of a trial
there we go.
that he has a financial interest in the outcome of. He has testified. He was under subpoena. She's still under subpoena. He made a $1,000 payment as a reward for her honesty, testifying
Tinsley
in
has
the matter
confirmed that he did
has
this.
testified that he has a direct financial interest in.
Well, that would be good fodder for cross-examination.
So that's his response. So that'll be good fodder for cross-examination.
Your Honor, I respect the court's ruling.
So now he's trying with the other thing.
His testimony, it may be good fodder for cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
One other issue, given the testimony in the in-camera proceedings, we would ask that he be precluded from offering testimony about focus groups on the verdict for the beach matter.
No.
Speculation about fixing a jury in Hampton County. These
Fixing a
matters
jury.
don't go to the
Fixing a
motive,
jury.
Purpose that
That's
his
what
testimony
the
is being
Murdaughs
offered
were
for,
known for.
and would be prejudicial.
Well, I'm loath to attempt to screen testimony in advance. Lawyers ask questions, lawyers object, judges rule.
Lawyers don't object. No one objects in this case.
Sounded a warning to the state that you object to that testimony, and if such a question is asked and an objection is made, then I will rule on the objection.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Anything else?
From the state, Your Honor.
Bring the jury. Holy shit. Okay.
Mr. Tinsley, how you doing today?
Good.
Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Please tell them a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, and a little bit about your profession, please.
Sure. I said my name's Mark Tinsley. I'm a lawyer. I practice in Allendale. I've been there since about 2000. I'm originally from...
Mr. Tinsley, get that mic a little bit closer to you.
Since we've already
the
heard
mic's
his
short
testimony,
and my knees apparently are long because it's just the most uncomfortable place to sit.
You can bend it down a little bit, maybe. Yeah.
It is uncomfortable.
I'm from Anderson originally. I went to Clemson. I carried an orange book bag when I was at Carolina. I went to law school there. I graduated in '98. I worked in Columbia for a couple of years doing primarily insurance defense work. This boat crash happens. There's a bridge called, you go over Archer's Creek. Archer's Creek is a creek that separates Paris Island.
This is the first time they're hearing the details of the boat case.
I guess that's Port Royal. And the boat crash happened at that bridge. There's a road, if you can imagine the causeway, there's an old road that goes down to the base of the bridge. And after the boat crash, the law enforcement had cordoned off, had a rope up or yellow flag, yellow taping up, and so Miss Beach wanted to go down to see where her daughter had died. And she wasn't allowed to.
Objection, relevance, closure.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah. Overruled.
Please continue.
She wasn't allowed to go down.
Breaking up the pacing. Notice the defense's strategy
bridge.
here.
She was told not? She was not. She was told it was a crime scene, and she couldn't go down there.
Mallory Beach's mom was not allowed to go on the crime scene.
And when she was hiring you, what else did she report?
Almost immediately thereafter.
Hearsay.
It is hearsay.
For the truth of the matter, asserted the effect on the listener and the reasons for the actions he took, which has become relevant in the boat case.
Only argue when requested by the court. Objection overruled.
Almost immediately.
The court is snippy.
Thereafter, a car pulled up, driven by Alex's father. His wife was in the front seat. Alex's wife, Maggie, was in the front seat.
This is important. The defense is going to object more.
And that caused her a great amount of distress.
Mallory Beach was missing in the water. Her family was kept out of being able to go down there. The Murdaughs drove up and were waved past the crime scene and right down to where they wanted to be.
At some point, as you get involved,
that's what this case is about.
The occurrence.
That's what the boat case is about. That's what the boat case is about.
I started to investigate,
Power.
but I started to try to put pressure on law enforcement, which is, I'm drawing a distinction there almost immediately, because the concern was that it was going to get covered up by the Beach family, and they didn't want that to happen.
They were worried the boat case would get covered up.
Any discussions about a number that you were seeking from the defendant, roughly?
I ultimately, I have that conversation. They pushed me for a number. By November, I've given them a number, yes.
All right. And roughly what that number was?
That number, he was going to have to pay $10 million out of his pocket.
Based on your knowledge of the defendant and his practice as you've testified, did you accept that response that he was, quote, broke, end quote?
No, I didn't believe it at all.
He's got a smile on his face today. He's like, what fuckery have you brought? I didn't even get
Tinsley.
So yesterday, we were getting to the pressure.
Hey, please, court.
May it please us at this point,
morning.
Creighton.
Morning.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And so remember, everybody, that the whole reason this is even coming in is because of Alex's own mouth. Because the first thing he says, right, you even heard it tonight on the 911 call, when law enforcement shows up, and in his first interview, so the first 2 hours that night, he's mentioned boat case how many times, right? So he entered this whole thing in by trying to say, yeah, it's vigilantes because of the boat case, right? But of course, the whole side element to that is the fact that the boat case was the reason why all of his financial crimes were going to get uncovered The law firm had discovered them and was doing their own investigation. But even prior to that, Mark Tinsley, what he's about to testify to is how he was getting discovery for this civil trial for the boat case, because it was clear that Alex was, well, it appeared that he was trying to hide his assets, right? And he was moving money around, trying to put property in Maggie's name so that he wouldn't have to be held financially responsible. And of course, come to find out, he also was essentially broke, but he knew this boat case was going to cause all this stuff to unravel. Like, let's say the law firm was never looking into the financial crimes. Let's say they had never discovered all that stuff with Fake Forge. It would have come up. It would have come out because of this boat case.
Let him explain, Creighton.
Did that
Let
have
him
any
explain. He wants to talk.
That
Let him explain.
tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effects on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together, if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected. I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case.
The fees of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. Is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
Katie, it is prejudicial, but it is probative as well. That's why
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing further at this time.
Alec knew people knew what made them tick. So he knew, he knew that this kind of tragedy would end the case. Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Has no love for Mr. Tinsley. Okay, cross-examination. Let's go.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things.
That we won't agree on.
Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
Good question.
Right. I put text on that because that's extremely important. I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alex. Remember that. And this is what so when you buy life insurance, if you are married, typically they won't even try to sell you life insurance if the both spouses aren't there, because the whole way it works is you cover both spouses. So the fact that we first learned there was no life insurance on Maggie or Paul, but the fact that there wasn't any on Maggie to me meant there definitely wasn't any life insurance on Alex. But here we actually hear that from Mr. Tinsley saying there was no, because this would have been part of his discovery, right, for this boat case. So he was looking at this. I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alex. And that's important. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who doesn't already know, but that will come up later in the trial.
To start with.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions,
very good question.
Correct? On June the 10th.
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. That this would have been another step.
It's not come up yet in any other testimony.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony?
Oh shit.
There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
This is cross-examination.
I asked the witness to be allowed to finish his answer.
This is cross-examination, Mr. Tinsley.
Pose one question.
Welcome to the
Yes,
game.
Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said. Was there an explosion?
I apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes or no, was that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible. You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay.
The cross-examination is going to be very fiery.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
redirect.
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
What?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
But if after that hearing happened and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure. The process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it, and nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson.
And remember, we just saw Danny Henderson in his Alex's first interview in the cop car, and Danny Henderson was there with the buttons, the shirt with the buttons.
I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Speculation. Response.
It is speculation.
Speaking of
response to the objection.
He has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation.
Answer it.
The response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge.
Based on what?
Overruled the objection. You may answer.
Thank you.
Personal knowledge was what it was based on.
For instance,
the judge is reining them in today.
The phone records, not only Alex, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. They should have done this on direct. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
Danny's the lawyer with the buttons that was in the car the night of the murder with Alec.
If an order to compel
it was speculation.
Issued,
I don't know which attorney was saying that, but yes,
you had
it was
an identification of accounts by the defendant.
Subpoena those
objection
accounts.
Outside the scope of cross.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed,
objection outside the scope of
people
cross.
move to quash those.
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
Speculation.
No, that's outside the scope.
I sustain the objection.
Oh, all right.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection. Sustain, that's the leading.
What would have happened?
The judge is done on Friday.
Filed as any subpoenas you issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, the attorneys are in the weeds now.
Anything further?
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
Let's step down.
Thank you.
That was unexpected.
The next witness.
I want to.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Blanca's going to testify. Damn, y'all. This
all right, y'all.
Coming in hot. Oh, my goodness. Blanca was at Moselle that night. Blanca started working for the Murdaughs at some point after Gloria Satterfield died. Oh, my God. We've heard nothing from Blanca. We know nothing about what she's going to have to say. There is.
So I'm just pausing real quick. This was huge in the trial. We learn potentially more from Blanca than like literally anybody in terms of the actual details of the day of the murders, what happened, what their lives were like, and also all kinds of backstory. Her testimony is full of bombshell after bombshell. And we have, there's been so very few objections this trial. The first batch that we've heard just happened with Mark Tinsley, but it is really funny. With Blanca's testimony, there are objections left and right, and there's 2 proffers. So this is really, really, really a really exciting part. I feel like, and we learn a lot from her as well.
There's been nothing but rampant speculation about what Blanca might have to say.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson, Turrubiate-Simpson.
Turrubiate Simpson.
Good morning.
Abby, so she was the housekeeper for the Murdaughs for a number of years. And you'll hear, I include a lot of that, how she knew them. She actually knew them from even more than just being their housekeeper, but she was there on the 7th, on the June 7th, 2021, the day of the murders. She was there, and she was in communication with Maggie. She's going to testify to all this. Oh, hi, Super Planner Girl. I'm glad you made it. You're just in time for Blanca's testimony. Yeah, Abby, her testimony is so important that I left the vast majority of it in. You'll learn everything. There's nothing I can tell you that she won't be able to tell you herself.
Damn.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
I love that Blanca brought her reading glasses. She knew they're going to make her look like shit.
Please tell
Good
the
for you,
ladies and
Blanca.
gentlemen of this jury, Mr. Simpson, about yourself.
I don't love that
where
this
you're
is
from,
the attorney questioning Blanca, though.
your family, if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please.
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17.
Thank you for your service, Blanca.
I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be a good environment for raising children, so we made a decision. Instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Don't judge who's still at home, counsel. It's been weird
Where
since
was your husband
2020.
from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you've never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week.
I didn't know her husband was law enforcement either.
I was used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked.
Oh my God, that's adorable.
I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after. If I could get a job because I was bored. And
how many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay.
But I only had the 2 oldest ones.
Don't judge
at that time.
Don't judge that she's bored and has kids.
So he said the
Sometimes you
only
need to
job
get out
he
of the
had
house,
was a
counsel.
stalker, and I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So
This all-female jury's like, okay, Blanca.
I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, you know, that sort of thing.
Real.
So I went there.
It had dental.
After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I ever, well, I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections.
What?
I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual.
Just say it.
So my job basically became profiling, interviewing,
we get it, Blanca.
and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, so is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Wait,
Did
how do
you
y'all...
help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
So they know Blanca from her work in the
When
prisons.
you're the only, one of the
that must
only
have
ones
been
in the office
interesting.
that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you. You tend to burn out pretty quick. So I made a decision to leave.
So if an incident happened when they needed a translator, your phone got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
She was like all the time.
What did you do after that?
She did 17 jobs
I
at the prison.
went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007
And you're living where?
in Brunson.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
This is the
When
don't miss
when
testimony
I
of
first
the trial.
moved to Gifford with my husband.
Because we have not seen any
like
of this.
I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one.
She said, I got you, girl.
And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm.
PMPED?
And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble.
Counsel, we heard what she
communicating with her
said.
Prior attorney, don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
We're riveted by her story, counsel. Just ask one or two
Did you
questions
help
and
with
let her
that
talk. We don't care what you have to
That
say.
particular case with this friend.
Yes, he told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped.
Speaking of translations, if anybody wants to know how to say anything in Russian, let me know.
With that case?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. He would. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get him signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
He should have reimbursed you for more than that, Blanca, because now
And that
she's
went on
bringing
for a
him.
period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
She was bringing them a new clientele that they couldn't access
did
because
that
they had no one
change
in the firm
into
to serve that community. So she was-
Caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me, and so I told her I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around, and at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
She's like, I've run prisons.
So what did you start
I've got
doing
your
for her?
household.
Either the Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh.
She
was their house
started
manager.
helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her.
Probably less stressful than
whatever
the
she
prisons,
needed me to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger? Obviously, they were younger. When you-
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and/or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
That's what he was getting at.
How long did that go on before you stopped? And tell them why you stopped.
I I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, you know, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe.
They should have just hired her.
I can't recall. It was a few months later,
honestly.
or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full time, because she had to go through a lot of.
So, just to point that out, she's going to elaborate, but there was an incident at their old house where someone tried to burn it down at the Murdaugh's house.
A lot of the damages and all that helped her. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house. Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me.
Because she heard about this horrible thing that happened and said, "Can I help you?"
After the boating accident,
Because that's what she
tell
does.
these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would
house manager.
And what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy.
So I just paused it real quick again. So I don't remember where else it comes up. It might have already happened, but basically this thing with the house is just like another bombshell where it's like, we just keep moving on, right? Because there's just so many of these in this trial. But basically their old house on Holly Street, boy, go figure, right? Like it gets caught on fire, gets completely destroyed. And then guess what? Insurance payout. So just saying, I don't know.
And other things. So she would send me to the bank to cash checks, to pay the people that she had working around the house. The yes, sir. The maintenance line, you know, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places.
Okay, and tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at
This
both
is before
residences?
Hampton
Yes, sir.
sells.
Both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
That's a better question.
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and
Can you tell us
Paul
about the
came in
laundry, because it
front
still
door, and he
smells
was
good.
holding
We've got questions.
a
We need
laundry
help.
basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it."
Can you give us your tips, Blanca?
I
We
ended
want
up
you to
staying late
be
to
all
make
of our
sure that
moms.
he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
Can you adopt the internet, please? We need you as our auntie.
Did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul?
So one of the things that is there's a lot about her testimony that's so important, but she knew their routine very intimately. She was really close with Maggie, and you can tell she's really close with Paul and Buster as well. We'll hear about that. But she knew every little detail of their lives, right? And so yeah, again, to me, this is where, going chronologically in the trial, this is where we really get, for the first time, a really better picture of really what was going on and what their lives were like, in a way that is way more meaningful than just like hearing about the evidence in a way, right? It gives us an understanding.
Leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or
She was
if he
there the day of the
still-
murder. She made dinner that
You ever
night.
see him again?
No, sir.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she
Somebody
said
testified about seeing
apple
those.
and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange. I believe that's what he said.
They make orange Capri
That's what
Sun?
the text said.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the
Please say you went to the
Food
Piggly
Lion.
Wiggly.
And were you successful in your search for
No.
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
We heard testimony about pouch drinks
I'll show you what's marked States 54.
by someone. I just don't remember who.
When this happened in the trial, I went out and bought Capri Suns, by the way, and I got a big box of them, and I actually just drank the last one recently on one of the other episodes when I remembered I still had one. But also I was going to point out, so these texts and phone calls are really important. This is when we really hear about, I mean, it may have been hinted, but this makes it really clear that how he lured them there, Paul and Maggie, that they were not supposed to be there, and he lured them there. And this really becomes clear here in a sec.
Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said,
What'd she say?
I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where
Yes.
she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that
Sunflowers.
that CB had done.
That CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And
There is a theory that Alec lured both of them back to Moselle.
I was going to say also, it worked out for Alex too, that CB Rowe, made such a mess of the freaking sunflowers because, he needed that excuse for Paul, right? I think he was using his dad as an excuse for Maggie, to come. But of course, it also it just shows that it was all BS because, she got there and then he didn't make any plans with her to go visit his dad. And as we know, he didn't visit his dad. He went and visited his mom. So, anyway, but I was just thinking about the sunflowers with CB Rowe, how that was an opportunity for Alex, wasn't it, for him to tell Paul to come home.
Thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
Yes, these texts seem
when
to
would
have
she stay
been
at
with
Edisto?
Blanca, not
Any chance she had.
her friend.
Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Maggie was talking
Yes, sir.
to Blanca
Come
in those
around
texts.
spring, summer. She preferred to be in Edisto.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed.
Wait, what?
Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No.
We're going to get what he was
Were you
wearing.
there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours. He had a pair of khaki pants.
Blue work shirt?
Greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there.
So like when he was wearing in the tree video, I bet.
In the living room.
Okay, speaking of which, just real quick, let's look at this tree video. Here's his outfit. There it is. This is what she's testifying to him wearing in the tree video. Same thing, right? There he is. All right.
Yeah, that's where his shoes used to go right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021 when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Like in that tree video.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
Sir, it's a polo.
And staying out of everybody's view. Do you remember anything?
Go stand at the podium, you won't be in anybody's way.
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry, you helped move it?
Yes, I did.
Did you see or
Him come
talk to
back.
Maggie ever again after those texts or those phone calls?
So was she gone?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was on I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
When you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning?
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky.
So also, I was just going to say here, notice when here in a second, how she describes her response to this news, and we could juxtapose that to Alex's response in the 911 call and on the body cam and all that, and his response to, just someone who's in a situation where they receive shocking news, traumatic news, and how they respond. And you can, y'all will see here in a second, it's a palpable difference.
And he said, B, they're gone. They're gone. And that my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend
No,
what was
sir,
going on?
I did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember, because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone?
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda, so I told them I was going to Alameda. I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front, because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So
I know, I agree. You're a planner girl.
I did. I went to the house.
You can really feel it.
She went to help.
You went to Alameda to start with?
Yes, I did. To check on my Buster and Alec.
My Buster.
To comfort him?
Yes, sir.
To check on my Buster.
At his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right, of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Blanca, right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back.
Oh.
And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff.
So that just rings so true. My dad passed away when I was 26, after a 15-year battle with cancer. And I was, my parents owned the house that my mom still lives in, and they owned it before I was born. So I grew up in that same house. So basically the same house I grew up in is the same house I was coming back to, during all of that. And then all my dad's stuff was there. It's still there. And it's actually, this house that I'm speaking of is literally walking distance from where I live now. But anyway, I relate to that. And that rings so true for anyone who's lost somebody that they really care about like that, where, especially if you lived with them or whatever, where you walk in the door and the things that were how they left it, I totally understand what she's saying about how the thought of moving it is unbearable, really.
It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
we can see that counsel is able to take time, and I appreciate that he is.
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove.
Somebody
It was
cleaned.
kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day.
Oh.
And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove.
Someone
And
cleaned.
then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left.
Laundry?
There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turn to go to the...
So I'm pausing this real quick because this is important. So again, remember, she has everything she says really is important. So part of the reason this is so relevant, this testimony, is because, they didn't really search the main house, right, after the murders. Like, we all know that all the other attorneys, the law firm, descended upon the house because the murders happened at the kennels, right? And so, and that sled, they didn't really want to intrude. So they just did like a little walkthrough, but they didn't really like turn the house upside down the way they would for maybe other people, because it was Alex Murdaugh and they were surrounded by all these attorneys and blah, blah. And so, so the first person to really go through and observe things that were amiss or out of place or anything is Blanca, right? Because what happened was, the night of those murders, everybody left at like, what did they say, like 2, 3, 4 in the morning, right? And they all go there because no one wants to stay at Moselle. And so she shows up first thing in the morning on the 8th, right? So, and that's what she's talking about. So she's the first person, and the house is empty. So she's like the first person to really go through and be able to observe without any distractions, without any other people, and see how it compares to how she left it from the day before, right before the murders, right? So this is really crucial testimony, I think, for that reason.
Laundry room, I noticed that
What?
there was, her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room.
What?
It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
What?
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Why?
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas.
Lots of people don't.
But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
Because they're
But
pajamas.
that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
In the pots, and I may have just missed it, you said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
They still had fold marks.
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, you know, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal.
It could have been one of the 25
So the
people
pot-
that
the whole
descended
pot
on the
was
house,
sitting in the fridge.
and they just shoved the pots in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom, was,
Blanca knows the things.
her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants.
What?
And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but you know, they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet.
And remember, y'all, when Sled asks him, you know, they go to take his clothes, Alex's clothes at the house. This would be after the interview he had in the car with law enforcement, and he changes his clothes. Remember, they give him privacy, and they're standing at the door, you know, and he changes clothes and then hands them clothes, and they take the clothes. But he was in this closet, like he went into this closet to change. Okay.
Was laying on the floor next to the towel.
Like somebody grabbed his shirt off the
When
stack
you
and it
took
fell.
care of the home, was that, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts, were you saying up on a shelf, or shirts?
Like somebody pulled a shirt off.
In the closet, there was a shelf.
Oh my God.
Some shelves, smaller shelves right here. Then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, you know. Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept t-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
What is that?
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it
Still
to the laundry
damp.
room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yeah, so there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Because the crime scene had been cleared.
Yep.
I think it's possible he grabbed a clean shirt to give to Sled. I think it's possible.
Yeah, I think 100% that's what happened, in my opinion.
Is there fixing that when Mr. Monk? Okay, you freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
So what they were just showing her was this. That's what they were showing her to have her confirm his outfit, what he was wearing.
who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers.
Loafers?
Mm-hmm. House shoes, loafers.
I'm glad they showed the
Tell
video.
me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes. Mm-hmm.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
The Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
So
what color
not
is that
the
shirt?
work shirt.
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam.
Because it is.
But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes.
Because it is
she had.
seafoam. That's exactly what the color is. And they have a beach
After
house.
June 7th of 2021, did you ever see
We
that
love a
shirt again?
seafoam. I get it.
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
She remembers
And on
Alex's
June
clothes better
8th
than
of
I know my own
2021,
clothes.
In the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
Oh.
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Oh, shit.
Yup.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
Put on gloves
They
if you're
used
going to
to
show
sit in
them,
the closet.
counsel. So the shoes,
After June
the
7th
clothes are with
of
the guns, they're just
2021, did
missing?
you ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
Missing
No,
clothes.
sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never ever.
No, sir.
Missing clothes, missing guns. 2 missing guns, consistent with the murder weapon. Missing clothes, consistent with what he was wearing in the Snapchat video. State's case is turning around a little bit for me today. How about y'all?
Where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
Oh, Bubba, I feel so much better about
So
Bubba.
you have Bubba in your home.
We had an open
Yes,
loop.
sir, I do.
Did
Bubba's
Bubba
with
have his own
Blanca.
pen?
Yes, he did.
Going back to this real quick, is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. The shirt in the Snapchat video of the tree is a different shirt than he went to work in.
Right,
So he
he
came
changed.
home from work, changed into his around the house clothes, and those clothes are now missing.
Yep.
Did you ever see Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell him about that, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Bubba was sassy.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he.
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's
Yes.
stubborn.
Yes. Yes. This is good questioning.
Yes, sir.
But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Good questions, counsel. Because the chicken was found just sitting in the feed room at the crime scene. It wasn't discarded. It wasn't just lying around. Someone from the family got the chicken away from Bubba. And this was less than 3 minutes before the murders happened, according to the state.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Y'all.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
What?
Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual.
Tell us.
Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room, and he said, I got a bad feeling. He said, I got a bad feeling. He said, something's not right. And then he said, well, you know, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video. And he said, you remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt? That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember Vinnie Vine's shirt. What? It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention, he said, well, you know what, I was wearing that shirt. He said, you know, in the, that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of
sus,
thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, that it appeared to you he was trying to tell you to say, I was wearing the shirt.
Objection is sustained. That's
Look.
the formal question.
Look,
How did you take that conversation?
Dick's trying to distract because this is bad for him.
I felt like I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know.
And then?
Whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was the shirt he was wearing.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Ms. Blanca.
Follow up with that. Same as Miss Shelley. Lie about the time at the mom's house. Lie about what he's wearing. Lie about the time at the mom's house. Lie about what you're wearing. The clothes are missing. The guns are missing. And he's asked 2 people to lie. That is too many coincidences too far, y'all. The case may be circumstantial, and that's fine. But when you have people trying to cover their tracks after a video is out, that is a whole... No, what did Dick say? That's a horse of a different color? Or maybe now the jury is all singing from the same sheet of music.
455, 457 for ID only.
Counsel, don't lose focus.
Do you recognize...
Dick only objects when shit's bad for him.
Without saying what they are.
He was trying to get me to change...
On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
Oh my God.
Do you know what day of the week that was?
I'm telling you, like, I wasn't even joking. It's one thing after another. And even though I've watched this so many times and I put this video together, I still keep forgetting that it's just, I'm like, oh shit, that's right. There's another bombshell. I'm still in my mind processing the previous bombshell. And it's like, oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Man, the insurance cards.
And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go back to the podium.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card. He said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done, he said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he going to go to get
it's just
lab? Oh,
you know, she's obviously someone who's got a lot of intuition and empathy, and you can just tell that these little details didn't sit right with her. You can just tell. You can tell from the pajamas she was talking about and the way the pots were and the stuff in the closet and on and on and on, him asking her to lie about the shirt. And then now this, right? You can just tell that it doesn't sit right with her. And I think it, like, watching her testimony, it really just resonates, because you're like, yeah, no, this doesn't, it doesn't sit right, you know?
Appointments done on a Saturday. But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent them all the copies of the cards.
Oh, we're in dangerous territory.
After
Why?
this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
He asked for the insurance cards right before he had someone shoot him in the head on the side of the road? What? That's September 4th. He's asking for the insurance card September 4th.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting here.
Saturday, when he got shot on the side of the road.
Insanity.
In addition to
That's why they're
cleaning
treading
the house,
carefully.
did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
Okay, get ready. Another bombshell.
What, if anything, did you find?
God.
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You see how flustered Dick is?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the
impound.
Sheriff's Department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck, and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you
She
find?
was
if
taking
anything?
care.
But she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was gonna
She
return.
sounds nervous.
And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Wow.
Her ring?
Her ring.
Her wedding ring?
Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. A few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room.
When was this?
And she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response.
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object.
Did you see?
And
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
But he is.
I understand
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
your objection.
Did you see Dick throw the papers?
Well,
Did you
I
see
don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained.
Oh my God, oh my God.
While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question.
Correct.
The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, did the judge just say yes, sure? Dick is losing his mind. Dick is losing his mind. Counsel, you need to be able to object to the legal grounds of hearsay. It's not hearsay.
This is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're having you go to the jury room.
Oh shit, oh shit. And this witness has all of the damaging testimony, and Dick is losing his fucking mind about it. He's
Objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but objected knowing where he was going, which was And in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay.
So y'all, what's happening right now, because there's just been so many crazy things, just to summarize what's happening right now. So they were in the middle of Blanca's testimony, and he was John Metters was asking her on direct about did she have a conversation with Maggie? Did she have any concerns, etc. And Dick knew Harpootly knew where it was going and objected, and then Metters jumped in quickly and was like, did she ever say anything about money problems or whatever? And like, he wanted the jury to hear that question in case he couldn't get it in. So that wasn't really proper, but that is a strategy that people do. So then, of course, now the jury's out of the room so that they can proffer her testimony as to this conversation and decide if the jury will get to hear it or not.
Said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money? He did say that. Or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay, I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct.
Dick moves for a mistrial.
I would move for a mistrial. I would move that it's not a big mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong.
And throwing your papers. You also threw your papers like a dramatic child.
That question, I don't have to say it.
We're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803 and what I should have.
Also, I just wanted to say really quick, in other trials, a lot of these stuff that we hear in this trial are done with sidebars. And one thing I love about this trial, there's been one sidebar so far, and I don't even know if there's any other sidebars. They do everything. They just dismiss the jury and they do all their arguments out in the open. So it's awesome because we get to hear all of it. So like what I'm thinking is like in other trials, what would happen is over this same issue, they would have all gone to a sidebar and, we wouldn't have heard any of it. And it would have been 10, 15 minutes, however long. Right. But instead they dismiss the jury. And I think part of it is because I think the jury has a really short walk to get to and from the courtroom. I've kind of figured that out because they tend to get in and out really quick, and it's not seems like it's not a big hassle. But anyway, I just love that we get to hear all of it. It's phenomenal.
Brought to the court's attention first, 8033, we think this would be admissible. Hearsay exception.
It is an exception.
Then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition.
When this
we think it fits under that rule. How she was.
We have a trial.
That's all I was going to listen.
We have a trial.
I want to go. And hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to.
No, you don't get to just ask about hearsay because nobody's objected.
But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 8033, Judge. That's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
Your sorry doesn't help, but it is state of mind. But there's no date.
The following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness.
Declarant's unavailable. Declarant is dead.
A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health.
A couple months is not enough.
A statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or
believed. They need to narrow down the date.
Unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will.
And declarant's unavailable because declarant is dead.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Yeah, it is.
Why not?
Yeah,
well,
why not?
Because it's the declarant's. Maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on it. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious of anything?
Proffer.
Murder that she expressed?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
Boat case. Boat case.
Well, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was
Boat case.
Money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there.
You should get all of that in. That is all relevant. That is all highly relevant.
100%.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403.
Boat case, motherfucker. Boat case.
That's right.
And raised gesture. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, puts
Maggie's
financial stress
perception.
on her.
Maggie.
There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her.
She wanted to settle.
She's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand what. Not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind.
The murder victim's state of mind is relevant if they think that her spouse did it.
How that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
No.
And she knows about the money.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial. From
Happy
witnesses,
marriage. Everything's
portraying the family as a loving, loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on.
Hello, defense. Meet the door that you've opened.
And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled.
Get into all of it. Counsel's, because of Dick's objection, more testimony is going to come in than this attorney planned.
Take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This ordering is fucking brilliant. The ordering of witnesses is brilliant because we saw the rage between Mark Tinsley and Alex Murdaugh. We saw that Mark Tinsley wanted to burn it down on the boat case. It is not hard for me to imagine that Alec was like, fuck you, I'm not settling.
And I was just going to say, you read my mind, Kit Smits. I was just going to point out, actually, I was already pausing the video to say how, like, every time a door is open, the defense is like just done it to themselves, right? And I was actually going to, the other thing I was doing is I made this joke on a different episode where I was like, you do it to yourself. Because she actually said Dick did it to himself. And then I also have this here. Shout out to Radiohead. Should Radiohead ever come upon this stream, shout out to Radiohead. And every time Dick does it to himself, that's what I'm going to be thinking about.
And that Maggie wanted to settle.
You may proceed.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, we're back in court. We're back in court. We're back in court.
In the days leading up to
court.
the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. $30 million is what she told me.
Keep going.
You was marked 29.
Keep going.
Pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. She had,
well, you posed a separate question.
yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about $30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the
He
court
doesn't remember.
ruling on the
Ask for it to be
objection?
read back, counsel.
Or you forgot the question?
Yes, he did. He
The world,
absolutely
yes,
forgot.
I'm sorry.
He absolutely forgot.
Proceed.
And that was Dick's goal.
What was she anxious about?
Dick's goal was to make him forget the question.
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Oh my God. That's more still. Every time they keep asking more comes out. More.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come on. Cash. Hey, he got burners now. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And if previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week?
Oh, there's conflicting testimony.
On TV, have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
She's got conflicting testimony. Interesting. That'll come up in cross.
Just a few more questions. Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that
I mean, that's
emphatically.
me, right?
Do you know that?
Dude.
She was scared. It got dark out there.
Real dark.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
So, I mean, again, just everything she says, she wouldn't go by herself, but also a good place to pause it. So tennis girl, yes, the videos that he was wearing, that's this outfit right here. That's it. So essentially, and it's so short, but essentially that outfit. So when he went to work, he was wearing the same pants and shoes, but a different shirt, like a polo shirt. And then he gets home from work and he changes into what Blanca calls this the Columbia shirt. That's what he's wearing. And that outfit was never found again. And of course, when the next time we know he's, after the murders, he's wearing that t-shirt and shorts. And then when he goes to change and he's given privacy to change in the closet, ostensibly, he pulls out a different white shirt from the pile and hands it to law enforcement because they don't know because they're not looking. And then I'm looking at what the other questions. So why would Blanca say something different? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Can you be more specific, tennis girl? Let me different help him. Oh, okay. I see what you're asking. I get what you're asking. Okay. So he wanted her to say that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt because part of the whole thing is the clothes are missing, right? So, whenever we talk about like what's evidence of a crime, evidence can be something that is there that shouldn't be, or it could be something that should be there that isn't there. So part of the whole thing, right? They're trying to track down the guns. They're trying to track down that outfit. And that's why this video is key, right? Because it's one thing you've witnessed testimony, people see him wearing this or that, but this video is with Paul. What time is this at? I can't remember, around 5 or 6 o'clock. No, sorry. I think it's like 7 o'clock. So this is again, right in that same time frame. It's before the kennels, obviously, but we all know it's this tree. Paul had just gotten there. They're fooling around with the trees. So this outfit is the missing outfit that they couldn't find. And so Alex knew that when they were going to ask Blanca what he was wearing, he had said, oh, there's a video that's coming out, but Blanca hadn't seen the video. And I guess his idea is he wanted Blanca to say that shirt was a Vinnie Vines shirt, because Vinnie Vines is Vineyard Vines. It's just another brand. But because what happens is apparently he ends up buying a bunch of these Vinnie Vines shirts, but he never owned any prior to the murders. So essentially he's wanting Blanca to say he was wearing a shirt that he currently owns so that he could say, oh, here's the shirt. Does that make sense? I hope I explained that in a way that makes sense. And I think we're going to hear her, reiterate that as well. Because we still have some more testimony coming from her. But yeah, essentially, like, he wanted her to be like, yeah, he was wearing this shirt, and have it be a shirt that he currently owns, so he could produce the shirt and say, here it is. If that makes sense. Let me know if that doesn't make sense. Okay, awesome, wonderful, wonderful.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
Sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Because she's in the middle of a remodel. 2 dogs
Can you
seems like a
tell us
lot in a
about
remodel. That's
the
fair.
defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Counsel, calm down.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
Clothes are gone. Guns are gone. Wedding ring is gone. He asks her to lie about the shirt he's wearing. He asks Shelley Smith to lie about the amount of time he's at the mom's house.
Spirit shoes. Have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Good.
Your Honor.
Dick, I will lose my fucking mind if you are an asshole to this woman. I know it's your job, but you can do your job without being a dickhead.
My name's Dick Hartuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex.
I know who you are, Dick.
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house.
Incredible. He doesn't remember her.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes.
She is.
I apologize.
Get it, Blanca.
A lot of people there that day.
Yes.
She's not afraid of you, Dick. You
Alex
probably
has
looked over
always
her.
referred to you when people ask who you are as
Of course you
friend,
did.
Correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you.
I'm just pausing it real quick to say, in case anyone isn't looking at the chat, that I've just added 3 more counters to the ticker at the bottom of the screen. I've added, scrolling by, it's Dick flies too close to the sun, which is essentially when he fucks it up for Alex by, opening a door, essentially, right? So he which he's done numerous times, and he does, is he fucks it up in the hearing as well with Miss Becky. So Dick flies too close to the sun, and then Dick throws a tantrum, and then the quote, "It's a chicken," end quote. And so what I've done is, since I just added these, thank you, Kit Smits, for the suggestions. Those are awesome. I've just estimated what I think would be on the low end, just to be fair. As to how many times those have occurred so far, since we're doing these cumulatively. If anyone else has another suggestion for the ticker that I've missed, I mean, boy, we've got a lot on there, huh? But this trial's got so many themes like this. I just love it. And so if anyone else has any things they'd like to see or have added, let me know. And okay, let's keep going.
As his friend.
That is correct.
You fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right.
I don't know why the closed captioning aren't working.
Normally, the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now.
That's
are you aware of
cross-examination.
How many people were
This
in
is
there?
cross-examination.
How many friends?
So that's
law
why it
partners,
sounds like he's
his
putting words in her
sister,
mouth. That's
who
the
was
art
in
of cross.
the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul had just been killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Objection compound.
Okay.
What
His
question
sister,
are you
Lynn?
asking, Dick?
You know Lynn?
Pick one.
I met her at when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the...
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Compound.
Ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Emily's laugh.
Make it more general than that.
That's
Do you know
hilarious.
if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
Right. No foundation. She doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about
Could have been.
the room, the bedroom, and well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit.
I hate the way
you
he
drove
questions.
over from his mother and father's house, correct?
Maybe he'll
That
ask
is
what time.
correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle.
What time? Just ask her what time.
Yes, sir.
We just don't
And
know.
instead of coming in your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene? and that-
Objection. Need to hear the question. I'm sorry.
the
Calls for
question
facts,
would
not
be,
in evidence.
Did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
That's not what he was asking.
Question.
Go ahead.
He rephrased it.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
Good question.
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house
Let
while
her
you were
finish.
There were several agents that came through.
there? Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
That's
I
compound.
didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up
The prosecution
towel.
didn't make
No,
that
sir.
clear.
I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Calls for
Did they
speculation.
go
Yeah,
into
she
the
can't.
bathroom?
Yeah, speculation.
I
She doesn't know what they
couldn't
saw.
tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I didn't.
She said.
I know I saw agents that went upstairs to.
She said like early on in her testimony, one of the first things she said was she didn't want to touch anything, right? Because it felt, I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially felt like betraying her friend, right? To move her things. So she didn't want to touch anything. So she testified to that.
Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
That's right, Blanca.
While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor.
She didn't say that.
Khaki pants on the floor. Was that before or after they left?
All compound, Dick, but okay.
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Dick, didn't you argue that SLED did a sloppy investigation?
Now, let me ask you.
Isn't that your argument? Isn't that the whole purpose of your argument? We all agree with you now.
They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex. And he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
again, just to reiterate, especially for you, tennis girl, you hit the nail on the head with your question. He's referring to that video because that's the video that Alex was worried about and referenced in his conversation to Blanca, and B, that is literally the outfit that he would have been wearing at the time of the murders, and that can't be accounted for.
Dick's allowed to lead its cross-examination.
I'm sure he had a number of
For those
different
of you asking,
khaki pants. But were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right.
So, of course, he's trying to suggest that the pants are accounted for because, khaki pants look similar to each other. So surely if there's another pair, it must be the one in the video.
And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's the South in the summer.
It wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken.
That wasn't unusual, no.
Okay.
So did he regularly leave his towels on the floor, Blanca? Is he that guy?
About a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to whether there was a shirt there also. You said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to?
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes,
It's so compound.
well, let me ask you this. You know,
Let me ask you this.
on the night of
Let
the
me
7th,
ask you this. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
ask you this.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
What's the objection? What are the legal grounds for the objection?
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
She was the
After the murders,
groundskeeper.
did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he
She
left
knew
that
'cause
night,
she
on the
became
night
the
of
property
7th,
manager.
and went to
Is what I meant.
his mother and father's house. You don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing. You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And
She knows what she saw.
Were you aware that SLED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
It's assuming those are the
Well, you
clothes
are
he had
now.
on.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay, a white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over to his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over to his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your Honor,
when,
objection to.
To what?
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
I
To
don't-
which question?
To that last one's shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes.
What are the legal
I'm sorry,
grounds?
the shoes
Objection
that you say
vague.
you saw in the
Compound means
Snapchat
more than
photo,
one question.
you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you
Compound
don't know
means-
whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know
Compound means
what
too
he
many.
wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
right?
He needs to say the grounds for
Okay.
the objection.
Now,
Objection,
if
and then
somebody-
the legal grounds. Objection, hearsay. Objection,
Alleged.
speculation. Objection,
that
leading.
those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of the...
I'm going to object.
Let him finish.
This is hilarious that he keeps doing that. He just goes objection and then doesn't say anything else. I've literally, usually you get speaking objections, which is just, way too many words. And here it's the opposite. It's just objection and that's it. I've never heard that before, I don't think, from anybody else.
Finish the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Let
Objection
him
sustained.
finish.
Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
That you washed?
You washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you...
It's rhetorical that it's not a
Did you see
question.
any blood stains?
There appear to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after Sled left?
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt you can't remember?
Yes, sir. Possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt?
Not objection.
The objection.
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Did you see him just
Do you
give that look to
remember-
counsel? Dick's getting pissed.
And I'm doing
This
like
is
Mr. Meadows now. I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on
Dick. You
track.
don't like it
These
when people do that to you, huh?
Getting me a little askew.
This interruption is getting me skewed. Now he's just
So
commentating, which is also improper. He doesn't like it when people do it to him. He does it all the time.
Ashton answered that.
And it rattled him. Look, it
Now,
rattled
let's talk
him.
a little bit about. Let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service. In
We're
the
got
hotel.
spicy
You had a
today.
cell phone,
Yes, sir.
and the servicer was who? What was it? Verizon? Or do you
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Oh,
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
It's
I
the
need to hear
counsel.
question.
It's a statement by a party opponent.
Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room.
Oh, shit.
Please do not discuss the case.
These are not statements of a party opponent when they're elicited
Be seated.
by the defense. So we will
Okay,
see the
what
legal
is
arguments here.
question?
Dick is getting snappy with everybody.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him
We
in
need to
the
see the
little
judge.
house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo,
Video.
and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo.
Video.
Did he tell you that?
What's the specific
The
question?
legal grounds.
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he'd just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
That's why there's
Your
the
Honor,
objections.
Respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement.
It's not hearsay.
That if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. But he's trying to offer the defendant's
Yes,
statement.
yes, there,
Without him taking the
yes.
stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
And it's
That's my
not
objection.
a party opponent.
In response.
And she's,
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, you're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward.
Are you
because,
threatening them?
It's a statement by the party
By the party, not a party opponent.
If you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one.
No.
It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay.
He's not a party opponent when you're asking the questions. Dickie's your client.
By the party opponent, being a statement by the party
opponent.
The defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman
is hearsay when you're eliciting it, not when he's eliciting it. Because you're the defense. If he wants to say he was just interviewed by SLED, but they're missing the point.
This matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant.
Yes.
Statements against interests. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take a stand and get that information in.
Also, she said, no, he never said that to me. Also, she said he never said that to me. Also.
Did he tell you about talking to SLED that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Yes, no foundation. You can't ask the question.
Allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
You're missing the point, counsel. Listen to what she said.
He didn't say anything about SLED.
Listen to what she just said.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take a stand.
Absolutely.
And that's
no,
not
you
a
can't.
First Amendment right.
No, sir.
No, it's not.
That's right, but you can't.
I think Brett will let you all debate the issue between the two. I get that.
All right.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! The court just walked off. The court just walked off. He's like, children, figure out whose ball you're playing with today. And he walked off the bench. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my! Oh my God! Whoa! Let's get back to court.
Objection is sustained. It's hearsay.
Ha!
You bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So
Everyone's
this
on red alert.
conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going on a golf tournament? Going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Oh, they were
Him and
going.
Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy.
They were going to that legal
We're
conference.
going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away. They were going golfing.
I think that's that legal conference that everybody's talked about.
And
It makes
speaking
sense, the
of
timing.
Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please?
Ew. He's way in the back.
Oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
This is Dick's tactic to remind the jury the family's still here, which is
Is that Buster?
interesting.
Yes, sir.
Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's a
thank
good
you.
kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so
The emotional manipulation is real this afternoon, but that's
one of the other
defense's
questions
job.
I have is, do you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So, did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
Okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the feed room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If you left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find.
Gas?
Versus electric?
Golf cart?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In
The
what?
trucks.
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we know
Okay,
Dolly
so,
and White Boy are the names of the trucks that we've heard so far.
Most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf
Dick,
cart. if
I
you will,
forgot
down
y'all
there.
name your trucks.
Yes, sir.
You did not
And
forget,
apparently
Dick.
sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
She was going because he asked her to.
I mean, she was heading to Moselle.
Because he asked
She
her to.
preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital.
That's not what she said.
And she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this is?
Misstates testimony.
The objection is sustained.
Misstates testimony.
Okay. And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day, and she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final.
But for Mr. Randolph's condition.
But for Alec asking her.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
She's not going to waive her, Dick.
Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime.
She left Edisto
as
open because
opposed
she
to
thought she
Moselle
was
at
going
all,
back there
correct?
when she left.
That is correct.
She was going to the doctor and thought she was going
now-
back to Edisto. That's why she left it open. And then Alex said, no, you need to come to Moselle. She anticipated going back to Edisto when she left to go to the doctor,
Let
but
me
she
ask
didn't.
you,
He told her to go to Moselle. She did, and that's where she died. They're getting on to redirect. Give me 1 second, and we will do.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Add.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
And I think Mr. Arputian showed it 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
You can testify if you know.
You're on hearsay.
It's not. It's not hearsay.
Testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yep.
That's all, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy.
Fleshy?
Right there, okay?
They just
Now,
called him fleshy?
So he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
That's why.
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
Alternative theory.
I guess.
Okay.
Alternative
Now,
theory.
This is 306.
I
This is
also
the
prefer
picture.
sturdy to
And you
fleshy.
say this is a shirt like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. Either on the sleeve or,
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on the shirt. The style of shirt is a Columbia style shirt.
It's not a, you're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning.
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
But those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right.
There you go.
Okay. And in addition,
Also, no shade to Alec for being fluffy. Apparently, Blanca cooked amazingly. So,
your testimony would be
I like the alternate theory, though.
That
He's buying new clothes not to hide
Well, I
But
guess you're
because he's
saying
lost
that
weight.
morning he didn't have that shirt on,
fair
but he
explanation.
had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the
Mike
footwear,
could be.
please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Leather?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
Georgia boots or duck boots?
In
Maybe he was stressed
June,
and
it
didn't
was
think to
pretty
change
hot
his
down
clothes.
in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes
Okay.
when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
Because it's a
What
farm.
kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Let's see where the
a
rush
couple-
to judgment is.
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Interviewed after the murder about what he was wearing. Okay.
You may step down.
Wow.
Matthew, last name Wilde, W-I-L-D-E.
All right, good afternoon, Agent Wilde.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters.
That's why there's
but
no
I
beard,
sit
y'all.
in
He's
Rock Hill, South
FBI.
Carolina.
All right, and specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay. And explain to the jury what the
Cellular.
Cellular Analysis Survey Team is.
So the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. We're all across the country, and what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
All right. And is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just preface this. So, I was saying before that where we're at is, from leaving off from the previous episode with Dwight Falkowski, the FBI guy who tried to crack the Alex's car and spent over a year on it, and he had said how it showed Bluetooth connectivity, that he made the 911 call from the car, potentially from the car, and couldn't tell if it was while the car was moving or not, right? So we had the question of, okay, well, so did he, like where we're at right now in this trial is, so did he call 911 from the car before he actually got back to the kennels, right? As in on the way home from Alameda, did he call 911 before he actually got there? So this guy is now going to be able to give all of this is the pings. This is the location data with the cell phones. So what we're hoping to hear from him is information that could maybe verify where that first 911 call was. Was it from the car? Where was Alex when that call was made?
And in your role as a CAS supervisor,
I'm going to answer
and
this
prior,
in
have
break.
you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 130 times.
Holy
So
shit.
you've done this
that's
a time or
lot.
two before.
Yes, sir.
At this-
130 is a lot for an expert
When you've been
witness.
qualified before, specifically, what have you been qualified as?
I've been qualified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, state would move to, as Mr. Wilde, or excuse me, Agent Wilde, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis, if I said that correctly. sir.
Very interested in location. Please make this fucking clear.
He's so qualified.
130 is a lot of times for an
And your
expert
role as
to
a CAS
testify
supervisor,
in
you
court.
became involved in
It's
this
a
case,
lot.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can recall approximately when you became involved?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time. I was just a regular agent, but I was asked in either it had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right, and specifically, at least in July of
course it was
2021,
Hightower.
what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of call detail records on
closed
some of the phones
captioning
in
has
this case.
given up today. I don't
And
know
there's
why.
a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made, and the tower that was using that 911.
There we go.
Oh, I want to know.
The tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
And remember, part of the reason that we're having to go through all of this is because the GM data from the car was encrypted, and we were all expecting to find out from Dwight Volkovsky. We were all expecting to hear from the car all the location data, right? But remember, he couldn't get it. Even after he cracked what he could get out of the car after a year, what we didn't have from that was anything regarding location. It was just that basic like start and stopping of the car and then Bluetooth connectivity with the phone. So that's where this is going to be hoping to fill in the gaps based on using the cell towers to prove that 911 call.
Okay. And so there was a question about
Did he think he was in the
why
car when he made the 911 call
first
too?
bounced off a tower in Hampton
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes.
But this is a nothing burger. I'm gonna
Moselle,
be
to your knowledge,
frustrated.
is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
Colleton County, yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be at Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes.
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. And it's basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer, and it has a couple of receivers in it.
If he
and
made the
as we
911
drive
call from the
around,
car,
that box maps out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then
If
it
he
measures
made the
all the
911
signals
call
from
from
the
the
cell
car,
towers that the
that's
box
it.
can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can You Hear Me Now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify
back
that
and
a
listen
little
to
bit,
that
it would be
first
fair
call
to
another
say
time.
that what this tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage
Call
exists.
is coming
and where
from
it doesn't.
within the
That's
car.
correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and conduct that test?
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 cars. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to, I believe it's Earhart, and over to 95.
Did you also go on the property in Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay.
Today's a murder trial, y'all.
I'll probably interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm gonna let you take it away, sir.
Calls for narrative.
Who I am,
Objection.
my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one.
If I'm the jury, I am perked up right
The
now.
second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case. Is the first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes. But I take these call detail records. I compare the cell tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers, and they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether the phone's in Charleston, whether that phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. The tower list change. The towers change, and we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, so around the time of June 2021.
Which is very important that they're not
survey
using an
analysis
updated
section.
tower list. They're using
So
the
again,
tower list at the time.
We took 3 pieces of equipment and we basically drove everywhere, all the way around around this area, around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of it. Actually maps out the area of where there's coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors.
Also, if y'all want to know how much your cell phone knows about you,
and then-
today's the day to
yeah,
tune
you
in.
can go on to the next.
Because some of you are going to be like, fuck
So
it, I'm
this
using
slide
my
just shows
phone.
different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into 3 sides or 3 sectors. So later on.
And part of the reason I left this part in is because A, he does a fucking amazing job of explaining this. You can tell he's very much got a teacher personality. Shout out to Kit Smits in the chat. She and I are both teachers. But also, you know, we hear about the cell phone evidence in all these different trials, right? And especially in the Brian Kohberger trial, that's going to be huge, you know. And what I will say is I've watched many trials, and this agent does the best job of any I've ever seen of actually really explaining how it works. So I feel like this information is actually really helpful in terms of understanding for any trial how it works with the pings, how they're able to identify the towers and all that. And he explains it really well.
On my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. They put them on buildings. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. Yep. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities.
Oh, yes,
so
Brian,
just because they're not,
holding
just
a
you don't see
yardstick
it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there.
The defense engaged in so much dick measuring this morning that the FBI agent needed a yardstick to make sure we were all aware today.
All over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower such as this. Good.
All right, you're probably like, what the heck is this? So he was just talking about these 5G towers. This is a picture from High Point, where I used to live a few years ago, which is just next town over from me, where I don't know if you can see on the right-hand side there it is, one of those 5G. And I remember when they built that and put that up, and where you can, the view that I'm looking at that, it's actually where there's a Target, and I love Target. And so that's like leaving the Target. And every time I would go to Target and leave Target, and I would be at the light and I would see that 5G tree, and I would just die laughing every time. And so I wanted to include it because I just think it's fucking hilarious. So there's an actual local 5G tree as exactly like how he's I think it's fucking hilarious. I think it'd almost be better if it was just a tower. It just draws more attention in my opinion, but I think it's funny, so I don't mind for that reason.
All right, so again,
like
the tower is separated into 3.
Data.
Most towers are separated into 3 sides or 3 sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list.
I'm not wrong.
I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And the tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0,
scared of words, sir.
All that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower.
Lawyers are not
generally
tech
the phone's
savvy.
going to be somewhere within this wedge.
Most lawyers are
within
not tech
arms
savvy
of
at
this
all.
wedge. But somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used.
He's getting through all the background, and all we want to know, like I have
another
done
set
so
of
much
records
testimony.
that
I
we
am
can
just
get,
here going blah
something
blah blah.
called
Tell me
RTT,
where the call came
or timing
from.
advance.
Is the call coming from
This
inside the
is a
car?
Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance.
He looks like
between
he's
the
giving a
phone
presentation
and
at
the
a
tower at the
continuing
time that
education course
transaction
right now.
occurred. All
The
right, so
defense
what
could
we get
object
is a
this is
regular
all
wedge.
narrative, but they
Like,
didn't.
We know which tower.
The defense is just like, fuck
We know
it,
which
whatever.
side of the tower is being used. And then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is.
But it's
from
interesting that they're
tower
letting
at
him
the
just
time
teach
that
the
it's
jury.
used. Okay? This is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light. And then all we have to do is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower. And then we can estimate the distance. And this is the activity for Paul Murdaugh's phone, ending in 7845. So the blue pin is the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
So they're talking about Paul's.
What times do you show Paul's phone?
Paul's activity.
In that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between 5:40 and 6:03, generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June 7th, 6:09.
So we're getting maps of the pings.
And just so the jury understands,
Please.
this is that sector you're talking about a few minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within this sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It could also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those three lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time?
Correct.
Okay. And it's just, as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower where they have the best signal, correct?
Well,
Well,
the cell
those are
phone
two different
tries to connect to
things.
the tower and sector it sees as the best signal.
Those are two
That's
different
not
things.
always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
What do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah, so between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay. And then we see it switch over to sector 1, which is a north-facing sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time is it in sector 1?
7:05.
Okay.
And then at 7:30, it uses that same sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in
So
the
it's-
area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc like we talked about before, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house, or let's say the phone's in this courtroom, those signals have to go through the exterior walls of the courtroom, hit my phone, they go back out through the exterior walls, and that might slow the signal down, which will make the distance just slightly further.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide, okay.
Right, and then 7:33, there's another RTT hit and a call. I'm sorry, another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs overlap in the area of Moselle. Yes.
So now we're going to see, we know Paul's at the kennels because of the video, and now we'll
Okay.
get an idea
And
of
what
when
do we
you're at
see
the
on
kennels,
this
where
slide?
does the phone
This is
because we have that video.
9:03 p.m. on June 7th. So here there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay. Hit it. 9:03:22.
Yep.
All right. And it's off sector what?
It's all sector 3, but again, there could be a little overlap there between sector 3 and sector 1.
Sides of the
And so
tower.
there's a chance. I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle. It's just using a different sector.
Okay. Your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle.
Yes. I know for a fact that there's signal from this sector in the
And then
area of
you
Moselle.
have slides to show that.
I should, yes.
Okay, and then here we have at 10:34 p.m. Another hit.
Yes,
And
sir.
again, this is the same map as last time, correct?
It is.
This is Paul's
10:34 p.m. It's using the same. It's the same map. Just the sector is changed back to sector 1.
All right. And And
This
in
is
your
right
opinion,
before
that phone
Paul's
is
phone
still
goes
pinging?
dead.
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
We know that.
Okay, and now we're transitioning something else with Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
This is the iPhone location data that was taken from his.
So they're
from the download of his
overlapping.
iPhone.
The iPhone data from the
And we have
hardware
some
from the cell phone pings.
times
These are
here.
different location
And
data.
Can I
that
go
they're
ahead
gonna-
one slide? Because
Sure.
it has more information. It shows a
iPhone
overhead map
location will
of
give
the
more
area.
specific
Yeah.
data.
And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay. And in this area up here, in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right, there's a big hangar building.
Yes,
and
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar building.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. All right, and we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is being used. And then at 8 o'clock, there's 2 hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
Sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone isn't exactly 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does, the phone information provides information that allows you to determine how accurate the location information
It's
is.
it's basically a level of accuracy. Yes, sir.
When these are made public, it will be very much easier to go through it. It's hard just listening to it, but they are going through maps of where Paul's phone was moving based on GPS right
Now,
now.
we're at 8:06:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 8:06:20, where do we see the phone?
So at 8:06:20, it's here on near Moselle Road, just north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there, it moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house at about 8:14.
And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place?
Yes, sir.
Pierce?
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder if this is when they were eating
Now we
dinner.
moved on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m.
The hard thing is this is
And all
really
these seem to
important
be centered
testimony.
around the residence.
It's
correct?
hard to
Now,
follow
there's some
without a
varying
map. I get
degrees
it.
of accuracy, correct?
Yeah, there's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
This is using
8:35:07 p.m.
phone GPS.
That phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
And then they're going to go through Paul's phone, Maggie's phone, and
All
Alex's
right, we're
phone.
going to skip one more slide, just to keep with the digital map. And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone. And this is again the night of June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07. Where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter. I
wonder if he's heading back to the
meter
kennels?
hit at right around the dog kennels.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at 8:38:07, Paul's back at the kennels.
7 p.m. That phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
This attorney's doing a good job of kind of summarizing as we
You see some more
go.
hits. There's a little bit larger veneer that starting at 8:50.
10 minutes before the Snapchat video
Then
or
we
the
see a
video
hit
with the
at
dogs.
8:44:55 p.m.
Paul's at the kennels.
And it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the cell report itself for that record,
That's the video.
it came from a movie file.
That's the video.
That's where that location was generated from.
When you take a video,
And
it
have you-
captures all that
have you seen
data.
that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
The dog
And just
video.
generally speaking, what is that video?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay.
So this is going to show Paul's
And
movements
that
that night.
video was recorded.
And then they're going to want to,
The timestamp
Link
recorded
them up.
video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes.
And that matches exactly with the dog, correct?
It does.
And I don't see a number next to that, that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
not 100% sure why there's no accuracy number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel.
Because the video shows it.
Video. And then the next one right after that,
It's
I mean,
on
basically
video.
there's records just before at 8:44 and 53 seconds and 8:44 and 56 seconds, and both of those put it in the area of the dog kennel.
I'm going to skip one more slide here.
And that also tells you how accurate it is. The
Yeah,
video
just look
says
at
it's
this
there,
overhead
the
map
GPS says
of
it's there,
Moselle,
the
correct?
ping
Yes.
says it's there.
We have, looks like a hit.
3.
Location data at 10:18
Yes.
PM and at 10:18:03 PM, correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where it is.
They're, again, just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Now
And
we're
we
on
see
to
some
Alex's
hits
phone.
Off these two towers between 4:10 and 6:25 PM, correct?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the location of the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
Yes.
All right. And what issue do we see here?
Here we have a number of calls between 6:40 and 9:10 PM, and they're all using tower 159263.
And that's
the
tower?
one shown, which faces north and is consistent with being in the area of the Moselle property.
911
So
calls at
starting
10:06.
6:40
That's what I'm
PM,
waiting for.
You see him north in this sector, which is the sector where Moselle is.
Yes, sir.
So 6:40 to 9:10, his phone's hitting around Moselle. We know he starts driving around 9:06 PM.
All right. Again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct?
Correct.
And so in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And this
So I paused it real quick just to reiterate. So Emily was saying the call is at 10:06. So remember, he makes that accidental dial to 911 at 10:06. He dials 9111. That could be because he's driving and he's in the car. Just saying that that would make sense. And then the actual legit 911 call is made at 10:07. And again, we listened to this at the beginning of the stream, but initially at the beginning of that call, you don't hear dogs barking. And then once it gets transferred to like the next dispatcher, then you hear dogs barking in the background. So just throwing that out there as well.
This coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all of these roads, and again, that equipment every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point.
So
and
they
then
did
it's measuring the
experiments
signal level from all of
on
the
the
towers and
signals.
sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records, and I can go in and select the coverage area or this blob for that tower and sector.
We are riveted. We want to get to 10:06. What happened at 10:06? Where is the phone at 10:06?
In your opinion, it's consistent the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call.
It could have been, yes.
What?
Yeah, next slide.
So the phone could have been at Moselle.
All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit. You
Nope.
have some more detailed.
That's what he just said.
Maps
The
showing
phone
the actual
could have been up at
coverage.
Moselle.
Yeah, I think this is it. Yes, sir.
Could have been.
So what information do we see on this slide?
All right. So basically that's where we're at now. So where we're at, it's still a gray area, right? We know that the phone, the FBI agent said, Dwight Falkowski said that the phone showed with the Bluetooth in the car that 911 was dialed from the car, but they don't know if the car was moving. That's what we had from him. Then we have from this guy, it could have used basically either sector of the tower. So the 911 call could have been made from Moselle, or it also could have been made not from Moselle. So we still don't really have a solid answer. It's still kind of like could go either way. That's relevant, and you'll see here at the end of the video here in a second why, but that's where we're at right now.
So this is the tower and sector being used at 952 and 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower.
Okay.
And so you can see it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out, but most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay. In your opinion, that phone could have been right in that area for both these phone calls at 10:06 and 10:17 p.m.
Yes.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes.
And it does appear there's more coverage from the green sector off of this closer tower, correct?
There is.
Okay, so he's sort of clarifying that it could be either tower, but it does look like it would have had more coverage at this other tower. And he's pointing to it. I'm assuming it's the tower that would reflect that he was not at Moselle when the call was made.
Have been able to pinpoint two phones together at the same time.
I mean, first of all, the two phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone and calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay. And after 7:50 p.m., was there any Verizon location tower information provided by Verizon?
There was not on Maggie Murdaugh's phone. There was not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
Okay. First and second.
Your next witness.
Nathan Tuten.
Nathan Tuten, Tuten. I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Hampton High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina and graduated in 21.
How many Gamecocks games have you been to, Nathan?
It's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know it's pull it as close as you can. What do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Waterboro Police Department.
All right. Describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Why
did Bubba have a
hard-headed
thing
is what
where
he
he
said.
liked to chase chickens?
Hard-headed is what he said about Bubba.
I'd say so, yeah.
If a chicken got out of the pen, would he chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he caught chickens?
He would chase anything.
He'll chase. You ever there when he caught birds though that were coming out of that coop?
I mean, he's tried.
This attorney's getting more southern as he
I've
talks.
seen him. No.
Were you aware then that Bubba? Were you aware that Bubba would chase those chickens?
Absolutely.
And had you been aware that he'd killed chickens before by getting them?
I think the point of this.
Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Tried to catch him.
If he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching him.
This is the point of this witness. Bubba was back in a
began
pen when
working
police showed up.
at the law firm.
How did Bubba get back to the
called
pen?
PMPED.
That's the point of that
When
testimony.
did you start working there?
I believe it was February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
Bubba was back in the kennel.
Runner for the law firm in general.
That's correct.
Kind of, without specifically not yet talking about the work you did.
Yeah, I'm not here for the
Alex,
Bubba
but what
slander.
kind of work would you do there generally?
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state. Assist
But somebody caught
paralegals and
Bubba.
attorneys with really whatever they needed.
Somebody caught Bubba, somebody got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth, and somebody got Bubba back into the kennels in under
And you
3
worked
minutes when the
there
murders
from
happened. Because when
2019
police came,
and
Bubba was
when's the
not
last
running
time you
around.
went there?
That's why it matters.
I want to say it was May of 21.
But I love that Bubba was
So
hard-headed.
you
Describe
would have
Bubba
continued to
hard-headed.
work there through the tragic events of June 7th, 2021?
Yes,
That's correct.
Blanca did testify about that.
So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about the any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th. Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was
Sunflowers?
going to Charleston, I believe. I was talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How'd you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
If I need to pick up court documents from different law firms or courthouses, drive them depositions, cash checks.
It's gonna get exciting here.
Sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you cash checks for him?
That's correct.
Bingo.
All right, well, tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
How about a state bank?
That's why he's here.
What were your instructions for
Hard-headed
that?
Bubba and cashing checks.
Cash check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office. And
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope, or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash, and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
This is before.
Very frequently.
This
Very
is when he was in
frequent?
law enforcement.
Many times.
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, is there ever any time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office, and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Huh.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash. You're coming back with the cash, and there's someone sitting in his office.
Oh, this is
There was
interesting.
different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
What?
Yeah.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
And what is he? What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Alex, best friend.
This got
Okay,
real
who else?
interesting.
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know
Of
who
course.
Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
Did you see him handing
when
cash to
did
the
Alex
chief of
stop
police?
asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
I believe it was a few weeks.
Interesting. Why did
before
we
the
even
murders.
fuck around with the guns? Why didn't we
A few
just get
weeks.
to
You've been
this?
doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
That's correct.
Oh.
Did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why
Yeah.
did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport.
To go to the
So
Bahamas?
that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th time frame?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance? Did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name,
And do what? And beat the boat case?
beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder.
That's correct.
Thank the court's indulgence.
Interesting.
Got a ticker there for that.
He wanted
Thanks
to
for
beat the
indulging.
boat case. And now we're getting into cross.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was very important, Alex, to clear Paul's name
Hey, Jim,
from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
you should know you were his lawyer.
I don't know.
That's what he told you, right?
That's what he said.
Because
But
it calls
I
for speculation.
don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul
Oh.
all throughout the boating case.
That was
the criminal part.
That was unexpected sass for me.
And a lot of
Unexpected sass. He's mad at Jim. Why is he mad
people
at
in
Jim?
the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You didn't, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And he
Have
was
you noticed the okay has started
going
more
to
today?
Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister,
That's what he said.
brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
Cashing some checks with
He wasn't some.
for
It was
Alex,
lots.
and sometimes you'd come back, give him the cash, and you mentioned that Greg Alexander was in his office one time.
It's easier to
Corey
launder
Fleming
money.
One time, Chris Wilson one time. You remember that?
That's correct.
What'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alec?
Yes, sir.
You sit down and see
It's
what he
easier
did
to
with the
launder money when it's
Not at all.
cash.
Are you suggesting that he was giving Greg Alexander any of the money?
No,
I'm not suggesting anything.
the lawyer suggested it.
Awesome.
Not him. I like him because he's holding his ground. That's why I like him.
Do you know if that's what the Attorney General was trying to suggest by asking you?
I don't know what anybody's thinking.
Sustained.
after the boating accident, and you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he would go to Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
That's correct.
He didn't say he'd been
So he
attacked.
feel comfortable, in the Hampton area where he lived because of the boating accident. Is that right?
He stayed away.
Yes, sir.
Yes, y'all. I was hoping it would happen. We just got to our first triple digits on our ticker. Boat case, boat wreck, boat crash case has just entered 100 times. So, time to celebrate. And it begs the question: what's gonna catch up? Are we gonna have? I think second place right now is Forge and Fake Forge. But yeah, congratulations to the boat wreck case.
I can
That's all I
understand
have.
that.
Thank you.
Read that.
I'm going to ask you, council asked you about a little bit about the kennel area and asked if you'd heard water. Are you familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned?
No.
Concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
You would put it on top of the dog house
Okay, and why was that?
so it wouldn't get wet.
And then, what would you just leave the dog? Would the family or if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down in the kennel after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If the family, if you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
The main house and the lights are on down at the kennels. Can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
That's good information.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And
It's hot. That makes sense.
Again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
Very good redirect.
Anything further?
Council asked you a question about Paul's phone usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside in that capacity, the pocket he would put it in would be his back pocket.
And that was the common thing he would do almost nearly every time?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Oh, Jim? Oh, wait, where?
You're on. Thank you.
You may step down.
The witness thought he was done. Did you see him get up and start walking before Jim said nothing further? He is the fuck out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day. Please, we'll have a good weekend, and we'll see you 9:30 Monday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anything else before the jury comes?
All right.
Your
Y'all?
Honor, one other matter, and
Y'all?
I
Ready?
just to let you know some developments over the weekend.
Oh, dear.
The time has come.
Back in March of 2022, there had been search warrants prior to that issued to GM, in particular for
Time has come.
OnStar data. And in March of 2022, GM sent a letter to law enforcement to SLED, in which they advised, aside from some basic sort of ownership information and that sort of thing, that they had no data.
And
late Friday after court,
Shut the fuck
Friday
up.
evening, I got a call from John Conrad, who, of course, as Your Honor is aware, has been handling a lot of that digital evidence, who had received a communication from GM stating
Unbelievable.
that
Unbelievable.
probably because the trial was going on and maybe in response somebody was watching the testimony of Fafosky, that they had gone back and looked again, and this time they found a lot of data that includes GPS location data from
There it is.
that the defendant had on June 7th, 2021. That information came in Saturday evening, and I had a chance, of course, to look at it Sunday morning. I immediately called Mr. Griffin, and we talked, and we provided that information to them. And so that information's come in. Of course, when we became aware of it, the GM actually sent a letter with it saying, yeah, we told you back in March we didn't have anything, and we just found it, and here you go.
So I have to say, I feel so bad for Dwight Falkowski, who spent over a year trying to get that, again, it was the first time he'd ever seen it encrypted, trying to get that information. And then poof, snap of the fingers. Here you go. I feel so bad for him. And yeah, I'm seeing your comment here, Kit Spence. So I kind of went and looked forward a little bit, trying to refresh my memory. And what they end up, I'm not going to spoil it, but what they end up getting isn't maybe what we are hoping for or expecting. But it was something different that actually proved something else that was pretty much as fatal in terms of the evidence that I went and did a little sneak peek because I couldn't quite remember what they did end up getting if they were able to, that 911 call, but I'm not going to spoil that. So it didn't perhaps give us that, but it gave us something else that was maybe equally as damning for him. Yes, cliffhanger. That's exactly right. It's a cliffhanger, 100%. So we will pick up next time with the rest of this morning housekeeping, talking about GM and more exciting moments to come, of course, and adding to our ticker. Congratulations to the boat case again for reaching 100. So yeah, and I think that's about it. We covered a lot of ground today. We got the 911 call, the interview with law enforcement, the first one. Anyway, we'll still do the other ones another time. And we also did the body cam, a little bit of that. So yeah, I think it was a really, the trial, you can really see how it's coming together, right? And I think that Blanca was a really key witness for the prosecution. And yeah, so the GM thing, man, that was, I remember when that happened in real life, it was just like, I mean, even just watching it now, it's like, it's incredible. But it really, it really did seem to be just some sort of an accident. I mean, okay, well, I will say, if there was any funny business, what would indicate to me that there was funny business, if anything, is that the FBI agent with all the expertise said it was the first and only time they'd ever come across an encrypted car. And that to me is like interesting, right? So I know I agree with you about beg the court's indulgence. And there's so many, I have to say there's so many categories on there that I'm sure I missed things. So if y'all ever notice that I missed something on the ticker, just let me know and I'll put it in there, because sometimes there's one sentence that maybe ticks all of those boxes. They might say everything at once and I'm, typing as fast as I can. So it's entirely possible that I missed, I'll pull that up, a beg the court's indulgence. But yeah, I agree. It does feel like they say it all the time. Yeah, but what I was saying is that I don't know, it is interesting. And we never find out more about the deal with that encryption. Like, why was it encrypted? How was it encrypted? What was the deal with that? But I feel like that is noteworthy. If it's the only vehicle where they've ever come across that with. So I don't know. If there was any funny business with that, I would think it was maybe on Alex's side, or, maybe he had that done ahead of time, with it being encrypted. I mean, it would have had to have been, right? Like in connection with all his criminal activities, maybe that was something he had done. We find out later he did have some hookups with law enforcement that were doing other things with his vehicle. I'm not going to spoil that, but so maybe that was part of it. And perhaps also he was able to keep that data at bay. And then, maybe what happened with the trial is now there's new employees at GM, right? Maybe somebody new heard it and was like, here you go. I don't know. He had a lot of connections and he did a lot of criminal things. So yeah, there's a lot to keep track of. So yeah, but it doesn't seem like it was the prosecution that was holding it back. I mean, of course not, right? Because it's beneficial to them. Right? When you look at the GM data, who is it worse for and who is it better for? Well, it's better for the prosecution and worse for the defense. So I don't know. But this trial is full of so many crazy moments that it's really not all that surprising. I mean, we already had like the bomb threat, and then there were a number of people that got COVID, and then there's all the stuff with the egg juror, which I don't think that's happened yet, although it was done under seal at the time. So, but I do think they have a discussion about it, and that just hasn't happened yet. So there's the egg juror thing. I mean, my God, this whole time there was the Miss Becky bullshit going on that we didn't know about. So I mean, when you compare it to that, the GM thing is not nearly. I mean, the Miss Becky is probably the biggest surprise of all of it. I mean, that's just so insane. Yeah. Anyway, but I will hopefully have the next one ready soon. Thank you guys, everyone that was here, and for participating and commenting and having fun. And we're all helping each other's memories. There's so much to think about here with this trial. But yeah, and I will. I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro video. I will see you guys on the next one.